Uh, Alderman Channemeyer, can you hear me?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
All right, great. So are we, Panda's ready? Panda's ready. We're ready to begin. We're ready? I'd like to call the Rules and City Government Committee meeting to order. For the record, please note Alderman Arnett is present and Alderman Channemeyer is joining us virtually. We're also joined by Alderman Savage. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next is approval of the minutes for the January 3rd meeting.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, next item is a discussion item, comprehensive rezoning discussion. Mr. Lashinsky, would you like to come up and talk to us?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Eric Lashinsky, Chief of Comprehensive Planning. I'm sitting in for Director Jakubiak today. He had a prior commitment, unfortunately. I just have some very brief remarks. I don't have a formal presentation. I wanted to make the committee aware of an initiative that our department started at the end of last year in earnest, and that is called the Comprehensive Rezoning Initiative. And this is something that is fairly typical to do in jurisdictions after a comprehensive plan is adopted, which we did this past summer, the Annapolis Ahead 2040 comprehensive plan. Jurisdictions typically look at zoning updates. And the first order of business is typically to look at properties that are not consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. So we started that process of analysis. Now, because we have an election coming up and there are rules about the deadlines on which zoning legislation can be advanced by the City Council, we understand June 16th is the last day that new legislation can be introduced. We've updated our phasing for this project. And this is a 3-year initiative. So we have 4 phases going up until 2028. It seems like a long time from now. But a 3-year process is, typical planning time frame. The first phase that we're trying to achieve by June includes 2 things. One is looking at updates to our plan development provisions in Chapter 21. And this is the section that is typically utilized by larger infill redevelopments that are looking for some more flexibility in how they develop. And it's a mechanism by which the planning department works more closely with the developer, the property owner, to get a better outcome for the project. And if you look at our plan development guidelines today, they're somewhat out of date. They're hard to make sense of in some places. We think they could be better written and get better outcomes. So we've started to look at that. That's the first piece of phase 1. And then the second piece is an initiative that was on our radar, and Alderman Gay has really made a point of wanting to prioritize. And this is something we're calling the Tyler Avenue Overlay District. This is an initiative that would focus on housing options, streetscape safety, and neighborhood character along the Tyler Avenue corridor between Hilltop Lane and Forest Drive near Tyler Heights Elementary. This is a corridor that we routinely get comments about unsafe driving, and there's a lot of kids walking on the street. And then it's a very mixed pattern of development, lots of different housing types today, but strange property parcel pattern where you have very deep, long lots. We think there's opportunity to be more deliberate in how this corridor redevelops in the coming years and set in place certain standards that would incentivize the kind of housing options that aren't really allowed in the city: duplexes, triplexes, small-scale housing options, the missing middle housing that you've all heard about, and in a way that is very deliberate and yields better sort of walkable place-type communities. So that's the second piece of what we're focusing on between now and June. And I'd like to come back at your next meeting with a more formal presentation and be able to share some actual ideas. We've been presenting to the Planning Commission at each of their meetings since at the end of last year, and so we were just at their meeting last night. So that's kind of our problem. We'll be having public meetings and workshops starting in March. That's kind of what we're working towards. So there will be absolutely an opportunity for the public to participate in this work. So.
Will we have an opportunity to see the whole plan before you take it public
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
March?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is great. So presumably you're starting to work on some of the comp plan ideas for this. But I guess you back up a little bit. When you say comprehensive rezoning, do you mean readjusting our existing zoning code, like for example for planned unit developments, or does that mean actually rezoning properties?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked
Both.
that, because it is, when people hear comprehensive rezoning, they do imagine that we're rezoning the entire city. Let me clarify. We're being very strategic about the properties that we're looking to. We are looking at changing the zoning of different properties, but the focus is primarily on the major corridors. That will be phase 3 of this process. I'm sorry, phase 2 of the process. And we had started doing some of the analysis on that already, but it's looking at primarily the places that we have identified to be mixed use. That's the focus.
Okay.
And it's also looking at, are there zones that are redundant, out of date, not yielding the kind of outcomes that they had originally been intended to produce. You know, we have 31 different zoning districts for our little city. It makes for a very unwieldy zoning map and zoning code. So trying to simplify that in ways is a priority. So we identified about 9 zones that we think are kind of redundant or not really helping. And when we come back at your next meeting, we can share some of that analysis. That we've shared that with the Planning Commission. It's public. We have a website. Frankly, if anybody who's watching is listening and wants to know more about this, comprehensive rezoning, Annapolis comprehensive rezoning, there's a website we've started on the Planning and Zoning webpage, and we're tracking the work that we're doing there. So kind of working on a campaign right now on how to kind of share it more widely. But for now, we've just been kind of presenting to the Planning Commission and kind of keeping them. But
So it does include actual code changes too.
it would, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, something personally I'd love to see done in conjunction with this would be updating, and I have some draft language when there was a proposal a year or so ago to update our APF, but I would love to see the APF updated at the same time, even if it's targeted just to these particular areas, so that if we do manage to get more mixed-use development or any kind of redevelopment, that they are contributing to the necessary pedestrian safety improvements and other infrastructure as might be needed. But I think especially some of the safety would be of utmost importance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Alderman Shannemeyer? I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up before.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's quite all right. Mr. Lashinsky, thank you very much for your presentation. I am excited about the updates, although something I do need to express a bit of disappointment in is the limited expansion of missing middle housing opportunities to one corridor. We know about the lack of housing opportunities that we have in this city, I sent you and Director Jakubiak an example of what could have been a fantastic opportunity for missing middle housing expansion in my own ward, where there was a house for sale for $75,000 that required a complete and total overhaul. And because it was only allowed to be a detached single-family home, they had to do a full renovation. It is now for sale for $400,000. Had they been allowed to create missing middle housing, we could have maybe gotten 2 or 3 units for a lower price on that. And even if hypothetically all 3 of those were for $400,000 themselves, which is unlikely given the land splitting, that would have still been 3 new units of housing instead of 1. And there are similar situations on Eldemar Drive where that's happened. And we have older neighborhoods in the city that still have missing middle housing from before the zoning code was enacted. So to say they aren't compatible with the neighborhood is balderdash. So I would encourage us to be bold to address our housing crisis. Missing middle housing is a good way to move away from the big developer model of housing development, get community members as developers instead of bigger corporations building housing, so we can actually lower the cost and move away from the large financing model, large builder model that we've become dependent on. So I am a little bit confused and disappointed by the timidness of that part of the plan. I am excited for the corridor redevelopment as a whole, but we had an opportunity to expand that out, and we didn't go for it, and we're not going for it, and that's incredibly disappointing. And what's going to happen is we're going to continue to miss our housing goals. There's no nice way to put it. We're just going to miss them if we don't get bolder.
Alderman, yeah, I completely understand your sentiment. I can tell you that the application of missing middle housing goals to other residential neighborhoods is part of our phased approach. It's on the website. It's in the phasing. We had to make some difficult choices about what was realistic to accomplish between now and June. That's really the only reason why we're focusing on Tyler Avenue, which is a very finite geography. We think it's a place that if we can do it right there, it could have application in other neighborhoods, potentially the ones immediately next door, which would include the area that you're talking about. And so I'm hopeful that what we do on Tyler Avenue could be a very productive exercise and something that could apply to other places. But we are being strategic and cautious, I will say, in trying to do this in a way that people will support. And that's going into our thinking as well. But I completely agree there's some urgency to this work.
So this is a matter of the Tyler Avenue corridor is just where we're starting, if I'm understanding what you're saying?
That's right. That's just the immediate scope. We see multiple junctures where we would have opportunity for council to put forward legislation based on the work we're doing. This would be the immediate phase prior to June, and then the next iteration would likely be spring of 2026 because of the election and needing to get the new council on board. We're going to have to bring them up to speed, whoever that council is. So that's part of the challenge here. But we're going to be continuing to move forward after June and, continue our analysis. So I expect this will be a very public process throughout. But
So again, and then I'll yield the floor after I finish my thought here, Madam Chair. Part of, again, the reason why I'm bullish on this is there are many homes in our city that are reaching their lifespan, and they have to either be completely renovated or torn down and rebuilt. And if we are not allowed to add to those with units and missing middle housing, the alternative is they get turned into McMansions or total renovations and just become more expensive detached single-family homes, and that just adds to our housing crisis and drives out the people who grew up here, the people who are struggling to get by, or the people who are here now but are renters and just are watching homeownership slip further and further out of their grasp. So I understand wanting to be cautious, but we also need to understand that caution has a price too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Arnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I applaud your caution, and I think that you're pursuing exactly what we approved in the comprehensive plan. I am assuming that we're still going to be pursuing the 12 opportunity areas. So
That's
this is
correct.
just adding another opportunity area. So we have ample areas of growth. I would point out that my house is 103 years old and still going strong. The one that I lived on in Capitol Hill was over 200 years old, still going strong. So the assertion that houses are reaching their imminent demise, I think, needs a little verification with some data. The city is full of older homes that are not being renovated. But I do agree that the comprehensive plan did point out numerous opportunities for us to redevelop and supply the missing middle along transportation corridors and access to retail and so forth. So I thought it was well-planned, and I don't consider it to be overly cautious. I thought it was a good plan. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alderman. Mr. Lashinsky, we have had at least 3 planning directors, in my recollection, maybe more. And I have always shared with them support for reducing the number of zones that we do have. Because as you stated, we've got, 31 in a 7-mile square mile area, which is extremely excessive, and it is difficult to make changes. So I want to thank you and Director Jakubiec for taking this on. And I would encourage you to provide us, I too had a question about why Tyler Avenue. That's an area that's clearly needing some changes in zoning codes. But there are a number of stretches of land like that throughout the city. And I suspect you've evaluated them and decided to use Tyler Avenue as your phase 2. So I would ask that you give us a tentative list of those other areas that could be in another phase, so that we will know, and more importantly, so that the next council will know what the plan is, and to be able to make some changes. I suspect a code change is going to be required to make some of these changes. And so planning for those changes, and maybe the first change can come within the next 10 months, but with an understanding that the other changes are coming, they're in the works. Because if not, you're back to square one with the new council.
Yeah.
And maybe square one again in 4 years with the new council. So anything that you can codify now, I think will benefit us all, and particularly getting to those issues like addressing the housing for the missing middle. So any plan that we can put in place and codify in the next 10 months, I would appreciate, and I think there are others, as Alderman Schnellmeyer stated, would appreciate knowing the plan.
That's a good point. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So, okay, those were my questions. Seeing none, thank you, and thank you for Director Jakubiec, and we'll put you on the agenda for the next meeting for a more detailed presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda are appointments and reappointments. We have our first appointment, Ms. Rebecca Britt, to the Civil Service Board. Ms. Britt, would you like to step up to the table? Good afternoon. Make sure your mic is turned on. The green light should be bright. So tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Civil Service Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Britt. I've been a resident of Annapolis since 2015. Recently, I retired from the Metro Transit Police as a police captain. And that handles the subway down in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. I am interested in the Civil Service Board because, first of all, I like to volunteer, and I have a knowledge and experience with grievances, arbitration, being it's in my law enforcement career, it took me to that path. I enjoy the civil service process. I enjoy helping people. Like I said, I enjoy volunteering. And I think my expertise as a former law enforcement agent should also be a benefit and an asset. In addition to that, it will also give me additional experience. I have experience with, like I said, handling arbitrations. One of the assignments I had in my previous career is I was the one when there would be grievances, union contract issues, the first initial one, and then I would go through the process. So I think my experience will be a benefit. In addition to that, this will also, like I said, give me experience and also allow me to volunteer and help the community.
Well, thank you. Questions for Ms. Britt? Alderman Arnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, yeah. So I read your resume, and I'm certainly going to support your nomination, but I was thinking it's too bad with your background that we don't really have a committee for public safety other than the standing committee on the council. And I'm kind of wondering why that is. Certainly, it could be a valuable thing to do, but again, it seems like I'm happy that you're willing to volunteer, and I'm happy to support your nomination.
Well, that's a great idea. We can start a trial board. That's a great idea.
Well, it's definitely something for us to look into, to consider.
Yes.
Alderman Schnellmeyer, did you have a question or a comment for Ms. Brett?
No questions, Madam Chair. I am very impressed with the resume, and I look forward to nominating her.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say, I smiled, captain in the police department, and I know the value of that. I've pushed very hard, a couple of women in our department, to move on to the position of captain, and we've had 3 that I am aware of. And one of them, the very first captain in our police department, comes to every single council meeting. She's long retired. Her father was the mayor at one point, but she was the very first, and she's still engaged and still comes to our city council meetings every meeting. So I know the dedication, and I am very proud of you and the work you did in DC. I'm just sorry you weren't here in Annapolis during your...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's interesting that you would say that, because I was actually the 5th female captain in our department since it was enacted by our Act of Congress since 1976. So I've been the 5th. And during my career, I was the first female first African-American female actually to be in charge of the Criminal Investigations Division for our department. So,
Well, congratulations,
Thank you.
and thank you for stepping up.
thank you for the
to serve our
opportunity.
city. Appreciate you. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion.
So moved for a positive recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Your name will go before the full council on Monday,
Yes, the 24th of February.
on the 24th of February.
Okay.
No need to be present. You can watch us, or you can come if you would like to. I won't say if you're bored, but feel free to join us, but it won't be necessary. So,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you very
In
much for the
advance.
opportunity. I look forward to working.
Okay, and the second appointment is Mr. Clinton Ramsden.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in our Board of Appeals.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Clinton Ramsden. My first exposure to Annapolis is when I arrived here in 2007. I'm unfortunately not lucky enough to call Annapolis my hometown, the place I'm from initially, but I consider it home today. I arrived here in 2007. I spent 4 years at the Naval Academy, graduated in 2011, moved around quite a bit as a military officer, and then moved back in 2021. So today I'm a resident of Annapolis. I got married in Annapolis. I'm a new dad. I'm starting my family here in Annapolis. I live downtown in Ward 1, and I care deeply about the city and its future. I was a military officer for 10 years, so I enjoyed the opportunity to serve in a service capacity for those 10 years. Now I'm looking for the next opportunity to serve in this civic capacity. Additionally, I was an applicant of the special exception process, so I think I offer a unique vantage point. I completed an 18-month application process to the Board of Appeals for a special exception. It was unanimously approved. So I had a positive experience. I'm not interested to change much about it. I thought it was a very thorough, complete process that took into considerations not just the individual project, but also the second, third order impacts of each application. And I was appreciative of the seriousness and professionalism that each member of the board demonstrated during my application process. So that's why I'm interested in this opportunity and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Well, thank you. Alderman Arnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was looking at your application under work experience, and I just was thrown a little bit. It says Annapolis Capital Partners, but it says Jacksonville and Annapolis. So what is the Jacksonville connection?
No, thanks for the question, Alderman Arnett. Our company actually started in Florida. In Jacksonville, we started investing in single-family real estate. We grew the portfolio to a number of houses and have since sold them. So we don't currently have any additional activity there, but there was once a time when the company that I work for did own and operate real estate in Jacksonville Beach, Florida.
Okay, and can you tell us about some of the investment opportunities you pursued here in Annapolis?
Absolutely. Our company focuses on small format hospitality. We have 3 bed and breakfast properties, and we, in 2023, purchased several buildings, one of which was an office building at 186 Duke of Gloucester Street. It's currently tenanted by the Maryland Bankers Association, so it's an office building. And we also purchased an office building on South Street at 150 South Street, right across from the courthouse. So it's another office building that is primarily tenanted by single office users, think attorneys, architects, consultants. And in 2023, the company also purchased the Middleton Tavern building, which is it's a mixed-use building. Middleton Tavern is the primary standard restaurant tenant, and there's an office tenant and a retail tenant in that location as well.
So the first 2 were office buildings that would be converted into residential uses?
No, sir, there's no plan to convert those buildings. Those will remain office buildings at 150 South Street and 186 Duke of Gloucester. Those are office use today, and there is no plan to adjust their use in the future.
All right, and the third, I had a hard time hearing you on the third development.
The address? I don't think you gave us the address of the third.
Was this the Middleton Tavern building at 2 Market Space?
Oh, Middleton Tavern.
Middleton Tavern, yes, the building at 2 Market Space, and then 42 Randall Street, 48 Randall Street. That is a mixed-use building. There are 3 tenants. The most well-known is the Middleton Tavern restaurant located right by Market Space and
Right.
City Dock. So that's a standard restaurant tenant. And then there is also a retail tenant, Annapolis Glassworks, and there's an office component to that as well.
Okay.
Those are not currently, there's no plan to adjust anything. Those are long-term leases that are in place for another 10 years.
You have an association with Middleton Tavern,
That goes back to 1980, yes.
and it is located right next to the library.
Yes, it is. We have our own private library along on that
It's
corridor.
called McGarvey's.
You were not supposed to make that public.
All right. Thank you for that information.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Alderman Shannemeyer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm very impressed by your resume. It's something that I appreciate. You're about a year older than I am, coming to Annapolis, not from here originally, but coming here as soon as you got the opportunity. Love that you started your family here, got married here. Same with me. I have 2 questions about that. What was the project that you had in front of the Board of Appeals that took 18 months?
The project that took the 18-month was, that was the building at 86 State Circle. It's an extremely important historic building that contributes to the character of the State Circle environment. It's located right across the street from the Maryland Legislative Building of the state legislature, and is a baseball throw away from the governor's mansion. So it's an extremely important building. It's actually referred to as the Randall Duplex. So it was built by the Randall family, who I believe was one of the original attorneys general of Maryland. So the building was constructed in 1880, and it was when we purchased it, was in a state of near dilapidation. It was actually an office use, and so that the special exception was for a conversion from an office use to an inn use. So that an inn was permitted, but by special exception in the P district. So we submitted the application to the Department of Planning and Zoning, earned a favorable recommendation, brought it to the special exception, the Board of Appeals, and it was approved unanimously. That project is scheduled to reach substantial completion in about 30 days. So we're very excited about that, and we think it will do wonders in terms of activating the Maryland Avenue corridor, which I think in Ward 1 has been an area of sort of consistent concern for lack of activity. So we've taken all necessary steps to mitigate any of the traffic, residential, or noise impacts in some of our strongest supporters who are our neighbors in that project. So we went out into the community proactively, met with them, not proverbially, actually around their dining room table, and talked about the project. And I think one of the reasons why it received such unanimous support from the board was because the neighbors were some of our strongest advocates for the project.
Excited for that opportunity for the area.
We look forward to actually inviting all the city council members. I think it'll be an important addition to the city of Annapolis when it opens.
Sounds wonderful, but it kind of gets into a potential concern that could come up. As someone who you yourself goes up in front of the Board of Appeals with your firm, arguably frequently, what would you say to potential concerns about conflict of interest? Would your firm be up in front of you again? You as a Board of Appeals member, would you be? I assume you're willing to recuse yourself in those opportunities when those situations arise.
Absolutely, Alderman. Recusal from a board concept is something that I have experienced when I was a military officer. I'm very familiar with the ethical guidelines that govern the concept of recusal when appropriate. I would apply a broad definition just to ensure even what we used to call, when I worked for the Department of Defense, as maintaining the ethical midfield, where you could remain within an ethical box, but it could be approaching the perimeter of that space. We always endeavored to play what's called the ethical midfield, where there was no conflict of interest, but not even the appearance for the potential of conflict of interest. So I would broadly apply standards to ensure recusal to ensure we can maintain the ethical midfield. However, we do not have plans to re-enter the special exception process. We are comfortable with the existing buildings, so we look forward to maintaining those buildings, being responsive landlords, and there is currently nothing planned in the immediate, medium, or long term to enter the special exception process. If that were to change down the road, then of course I would be recused, but there's currently no plan to come before the Board of Appeals for a special exception.
I am satisfied with that answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions. I had the same question that Alderman Schnellmeyer had about conflict of interest. So it sounds like you would be prepared to recuse yourself if there was ever an opportunity that would give the appearance of a conflict.
Yes, Madam Chair, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Do we have further discussion?
I guess I am concerned about the conflict of interest, but I ameliorate that by noting that I think that the appeals board should have a broad spectrum of people. We do have Chris Zazali on there, who is both a developer and in real estate, and he's been a strong member of the board, and so I'm comfortable with recommending favorably on this nomination.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of giving a favorable recommendation to Mr. Ramsden to the Board of Appeals, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you for coming. Again, your nomination will go before the full council on the 24th of this month. No need for you to be present, but if you'd like to join us, feel free.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Okay, going on to legislation. 01024, outdoor dining requirements in Annapolis. Alderman Arnett, I think this is your legislation.
It is, but I have some co-sponsors. or at
I'd like
least-
you to go first if
I
you
will-
want
thank
to,
you.
and then
Yes,
we can
no.
call on your co-sponsors.
So this has been a labor of long term. It started with the emergency legislation during the COVID crisis that created resolutions to allow outdoor dining temporarily. There are 134 restaurants in the city of Annapolis. The majority of them reside in Ward 1. 30 of them reside in Ward 8, 12 in Ward 2, and the rest of the council members have a handful, a few, almost all of those located in shopping malls where there's shared parking with the rest of the tenants in the mall. I would like to say, as our colleague Alderman Pindle Charles is wont to say, we have wards and they're different, and they all have different situations and different needs. And I worked very hard on creating this legislation to create a balance between offering more opportunity for dining. It is clear that outdoor dining is very popular, but a balance for dining that occurs in residential areas, which is pretty much the case for my restaurants throughout the ward, and is the case also for Alderwoman O'Neill, and she does have 12 restaurants. So what you have before you is something that has been worked on and tweaked and moved back and forth to come up with what I would assert is a balance amongst all of the multiple interests, the interests of the restaurants, the interests of the patrons, and the interest of the nearby residents. And I'll say more when we get to Amendment 1, which is kind of a surprise for me, but we can talk about that.
Okay, well, Alderman Savage, Amendment 1 is yours, and as a co-sponsor, would you like to speak to it?
Let's see. Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, my intention with Amendment 1 is that basically I'm proposing to remove the special exception process, because currently as it's written, if somebody wants to engage in temporary outdoor dining, they have to go through a special exception process, which is it can be a bit onerous and has a number of requirements. But when I was thinking about it more, I was like, well, this is supposed to be temporary. That's why I feel strongly about keeping it to around 6 months to be temporary. But since it's temporary, I just was thinking that it seemed a bit silly to have them go through an entire special exception process. Also with the rationale that it's the outdoor dining use is directly related to their primary use on the property, which is dining. And so it just seemed like in my mind, it's just an extension of their existing business. And so I don't see why they would need to have to go through a special exception process to do that.
May I respond?
Yes, Alderman.
So this is a one-time only special exception. Once you get it, you have it, and it goes along with the property. It is true that this is temporary in the sense of throughout the year. The dining isn't proposed to be all year long, but it is permanent in terms of an expansion to the special exception that a restaurant gets. All but one of the restaurants in my ward, there's a new restaurant coming on board, Rum, that hasn't gone through the process yet, have a special exception. Special exceptions applies to restaurants that are 50 seats or more. And so this legislation is an expansion of capacity for the restaurant, albeit only for part of the year. And so the special exception for the restaurants will perforce, just like their liquor license perforce, will have to be amended to reflect this expansion in capacity. So every year, all restaurants have to renew their liquor license, and that is a process, and it's a process akin to special exception, although obviously not. It can generate a number of people commenting, but the special exception process is the only time when the residents that are surrounding the restaurant, or anyone else for that matter, have an opportunity to express either support or concern, and ask, if it's concern, ask the Board of Appeals to put amendments or additional constraints on the special exception process. I don't think you can take away the requirement for the restaurants to go back for a special exception, because it is clearly a change in their capacity. And if they're over 50 seats, it's required by code that they get a special exception or amend their special exception. So I don't know who helped you with the drafting of this, but I don't think it meets code. But it certainly takes away the residents' right to have an expression about the increase in capacity. One time only, but that is the right that they have.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, in my mind, I don't see much value added having a temporary use go through a special exception process. I understand it's expansion of the capacity, but again, it's by nature temporary. So why would we have them have to go through the same exact lengthy process that we would have anybody who's looking to expand their business permanently? Because I could totally agree with you as far as if it's a permanent expansion of outdoor dining or any expansion of a business, they should have to get associated approvals, permanent special exception approvals for that. But again, this is temporary, less impactful. And as far as the neighbors' input, again, I see it as an extension of the underlying use. I think we have a number of other controls in place. We have existing noise regulations, existing crowd alcohol regulations that are going to be active regardless of whether or not they have to go through special exception process. The only benefit to the public of the special exception process is they get an additional public hearing. But again, I'm trying to be efficient here, and it just, by the nature of it being temporary, I'm not comfortable with, in my mind, I'm not comfortable with justifying them having to go through this whole thing.
So this is a permanent expansion of their capacity and is required by code. When the boatyard expanded to the boatyard market, that was a permanent expansion of their capacity, whether it's all year long or part year long. And they had to go through not only the special exception process, but in that case, all the other permitting process, because they were adding a permanent addition to the building. So this is expansion in capacity, even though it's part of the year, is an expansion of capacity, and going through the special exception process is required by code. In order to adopt this amendment, we will have to go back and amend the entire Title 21 for special exceptions, and Title 20, actually, not 21. The granting of the special exception is a one-time only process, and it increases the capacity for the restaurant, whether it's full year or part year, forevermore. Bread and Butter needed to go through this. The other restaurants have gone through this, VIN 909. Note also, these are restaurants in Ward 8, which, as I've argued, has all four types of dining in it, unlike any other ward, and it is unique in the fact that these restaurants are nestled in among residents, and by doing this, you take away the residents' right to offer any opinion, and you would have to change the code writ large. I would actually argue that we'll have to defer consideration of the ordinance in its entirety to go back to the Office of Law and the Planning Director, because I don't think you can do this and be consistent with the rest of the city code. But that's something we'll have to see. But I firmly, adamantly oppose this amendment. I don't think, in terms of efficiency, I'm not sure why that is. Actually, if you want to talk about inefficient, more inefficient is the annual renewal of the liquor license, because that has to happen every year. This happens one time with this amendment to the restaurant's ability to increase their capacity.
Gentlemen, it appears that there is a misunderstanding, I'm going to say, about what the code says. And we don't have anyone from the law department who could clarify this for us. I think I would like to have someone from the law department. You can't call down, you've got to run down.
I don't know that.
In the meantime, we do have people here, I think, that want to speak.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that we could continue the discussion, but I think hearing from the law department for clarification might be helpful. And so if you guys are finished with your discussion, I'll see. I think we have at least two people who would like to speak on this. If anyone would like to speak, you may approach the mic.
Madam Chair?
Alderman Schellenmeyer, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's okay. My big head on the screen is easy to miss.
You have to raise your hand like I do, sitting over on the corner there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Alderman Savage's amendment here. I think it does streamline a process that we know is already very cumbersome and time consuming. We just had a person coming before our coming on to who was interested in joining our Board of Appeals, who said that he had a project go 18 months. And I believe that our special exception process, while I understand why we want to put some things through a more vigorous lens, this is something that we've seen be successful in our city for 4 years with no massive problems in our city. I understand it does cause certain pressures, but those are inconveniences, not cataclysms. And the special exception process as a whole pretty much just benefits lawyers when we put it in for these small things like this. As for if it is required, if restaurants go above 50, if the outdoor dining puts the restaurants above 50, well, then they'll have to go through it regardless of the outdoor dining status or not. It's a moot point. But if they're under 50, then, well, why add this extra layer? So I will be supportive of this. I do think it helps streamline the process, and I appreciate its introduction.
Okay, thank you. We will have someone from the law department joining us momentarily. Mr. Dales, you've moved closer to the mic. Does that mean you'd like to speak into it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to mostly come here to listen today and was focused on your discussion of the bill as a whole.
Would you give us your name and address, please?
Yep. Phil Dales, Dales Associates, I'm a land use attorney in the city. As I was saying, I was here mostly to listen to your discussion of the full bill rather than this particular amendment. So I'll just make some general comments on the bill and then maybe say something quickly, an initial reaction to the proposed amendment. This has been a long effort. This has been going for many years and has had different iterations of ordinances introduced to address this issue in some form. I still happen to believe that it would be a shame to have the ability to allow restaurants to do outdoor dining, but only for part of the year. And the reason I still feel that way is that to bring the parking back to the area where outdoor dining will be allowed for just a couple of months or 6 months really takes away a lot of the potential benefits that could come from outdoor dining in the place of parking. If you didn't have to have the parking there all year, you could transform those asphalt spaces and impervious spaces into landscape spaces that are more usable and really add a lot more to a restaurant and to the community. I think it's a shame to miss out on that potential benefit, but I do appreciate that this has been a close there's been 5 votes on one side of the issue and 4 votes on the other for each time that this has been brought to the council. And so at this point, some form of some ability to do this for 6 to 9 months per year, I think is a step in the right direction, and I hope the council will vote it through this time. If it is going to be just for some portion of the year, not the full year, I do think that that Alderman Savage's amendment makes sense. I understand that it would be a one-time special exception, and I am an attorney who would be, as Alderman Schnellmeyer says, benefited by the requirement for people to have to get special exceptions. But I don't think it's necessarily the right tool or appropriate for 9 months of the year, 6 months of the year use. And one of the reasons I would say that is that legally a special exception is a use that's considered permitted in a zone. And the special exception piece of it is only to say that it be reviewed under the city's criteria to basically, Maryland case law says, to make sure that the place where it's proposed isn't essentially a particularly bad place, worse than other places in that zoning district. Here what we're talking about are uses that already exist, and the locations where they exist have been considered to be appropriate locations for those uses. So the special exception process, although it does bring that public input opportunity, for a use that isn't going to be year-round, I think if it isn't going to be year-round, it might not be necessary, and it is sometimes a lengthy process for many restaurants who are going to be looking to take advantage of this new law. But it's the first time I've heard of the amendment, and I'm sure the council will deliberate and debate on that fully. Does So, thank you.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify for yourself and for the public, at least for my personal intention, I think a couple of us on the council, but my intention is I have legislation drafted. I'm just trying to get it ready to go out the door, but in my mind, I see it as two different things: temporary outdoor dining, which is what this addresses, and then permanent. I think we've got to address both at the same time, because I personally want to see a path towards permanence. I don't want to have people just extend the length of time on the temporary and just have temporary structures and tents. I'd rather see a permanent addition to remove the parking lots, like you're saying, and repurpose them for dining or stormwater, whatever. But until we address that, so in any case, I'm happy to hear your comments on that when it comes time as well.
I think I'm of the same mind. I think we're hopefully moving on a long arc towards getting rid of the asphalt and the parking, which I think induces, automobile use. So, when we get to the point that, especially on the smaller, older lots, we can do away with the parking lots and have, landscaped outdoor areas or new structures, I think that's where we want to end up. And if it's not, in one step, then so be it. We have to take multiple steps. But as we take that first step, I do think it makes sense to do away with the special exception process. I know there's going to be a flux of business for me when that happens and if they need special exceptions, but the type of use that we're asking for here, the change to be outdoors from an existing restaurant for some portion of the year, is a little bit unlike most special exceptions. But I will say, I acknowledge that it's true that restaurants, if they go over 50 seats currently, in many zones at least, require special exceptions to do that. That's not always the case in every zone. So, thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by one of our city attorneys, Ms. Carice. Carice, sorry. Do you understand the question before you?
No, I don't. What is the question?
There are two different opinions about the special exception. You need to be on a microphone.
Well, does she have can we?
She needs a microphone.
Okay, what's the question?
I'll be happy to ask my question.
Okay, Alderman Arnett.
So we have an amendment proposed to the outdoor dining, which requires the restaurants, because they're having an increase in capacity, if they're over 50 seats, to get a special exception for this new increase in capacity. It is true that this is an increase of capacity for only some part of the year, but it is an increase in capacity. And I would argue that we cannot, because of current city code, and I will argue we're going to need to take the time to look at this officially, you cannot avoid that. The restaurant is unavoidably, undeniably getting an increase in the number of seats, which is part of their capacity, for at least part of the year. And it's no different than if they were building a permanent addition to the restaurant and adding to seats, which in addition will require going through all of the other things, making sure they have fire safety and adequate restrooms and grease traps and so forth. So I'm arguing that this amendment violates city code and would either require changing other parts of the code or can't be offered as an amendment. Restaurants, when they increase their capacity, if they're over 50 seats or become over 50 seats, have to go through an entire approval process, including a special exception process.
And I would like to highlight that this is seasonal. So is the special exception allowed to be seasonal, or is it automatically a permanent fixture to the code?
Special exception occurs once, it resides with the property So once you get it for that increased capacity, however much of the year you use it, you have it. Not going through a special exception process denies the public the opportunity to opine on the change in capacity.
I will have to look into that and get back to you guys. I can't give you an opinion right here.
So we're talking Chapter 21, 26, 21.26 is what,
Madam Chair.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you. And so another question I would have is kind of akin to a point that Mr. Dales referred to, which also was on my mind, is that the original intention and legal meaning of special exception, right? Because again, in my mind, it's not quite clear for one, in a temporary use, but also if it's a use that's directly related to the primary use of the property, is it really a special exception then? You know, in the sense that if it's a direct use, it's not really an exception in that sense. It's not special, it's related. So I don't know if this is the right mechanism. I can see the Alderman's point as far as I also want to make sure that they have adequate facilities essentially in the business. But again, it's like, if it's temporary, do we require that for every temporary use in the city? I don't think it's, that's where I'm a bit uncertain about it.
Alderman Chandler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we have to wait for the law office to look into the answers on this amendment, if the committee is willing, how about we postpone action on this and move on to another part of the amendment? I don't think we have to get this whole bill as a whole through today, but I think we can benefit from moving on as for now and continuing through the business. I know we also have a lot of committee business today that we need to work
If
through.
that's a motion, I will second it.
That is,
Okay.
I will make that a motion to
I second.
table Amendment 1 and postpone action on it until our next Rules and City Government meeting.
So let me ask, your motion is to table action on 01024, not just the amendment?
You probably don't want to table, you probably want to postpone.
Yeah, postpone.
So
Postpone.
the question, to postpone action on 010.
Actually, at this point, I want to table it.
If table has a specific legal meaning that I am unaware of, then let's go
Table
with
means that
postpone.
it kills it.
Oh, goodness, then let's not do that. I apologize. I thought that meant temporary put down. So I move to postpone action on this legislation until our next meeting, because I know we have a lot of other committee business. So that is my motion, to postpone action on this legislation until our next meeting.
Okay, so postpone action on 01024. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a problem with postponing, but I do want to suggest that it could at least, I could get Amendment 2 draft out to the committee for discussion
Amendment-
before
I think we have it.
before postponement.
I don't know
The
that I
second
have
one
it.
is in print only. It's
Oh, you're,
new.
so you want to have discussion on this, your second?
Where, I
Even,
don't
yeah,
have
even just a general.
Oh, yeah, it's attached. We
Oh,
have
here.
that.
Even just a general,
I
make
have
the
not.
committee
Okay.
aware.
Well, why don't we take a, well, okay.
Although he may not have that.
I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay, so-
if I could just state then, the Amendment 2, which you can look at your convenience, is an attempt to address some of the Planning Commission recommendations. So you can look at them at your leisure, and these are just drafts, so we could even refine them before the next meeting. But just to give you context, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
so we're going to postpone action on 010, and we will take up both amendments, the first and the second amendment, at our next meeting. Is everyone clear on the action?
I am.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye. Okay. Going on to O29, fence permit requirements related to buildings and construction standards in Title 17. Alderman Savage and Alderman Arnett, this is your legislation, and Alderman Savage, I
Yes.
see you have two amendments.
Thank you. Well, there are actually 5 amendments in total, because I did draft a new one after the conversation at the last committee meeting, in an attempt to try to address some of the concerns that were raised. So do you want me to start with that one, maybe, since that's the new one, or do you want me to start at the beginning?
Well, yeah, we can start with them. Alderman Schnellmeyer, do you have all 5 amendments?
I have, if
I
the
think you
chair
may only
will-
have the first 2,
If the chair
but we
will-
have a packet on our desk with 3, 4, and 5.
I can email you number 5 if you give me a minute.
Let me pull up Legistar. If the chair will.
They're not
indulge me.
attached in Granicus, are they?
129.
It suggests that Amendment 3 is from the Rules Committee.
I only have amendments 1 and 2, so if my colleagues could email them to me, I can pull it up and follow as I go along.
Could you send those?
But I don't have, the ones that we have on paper, I don't have them in email, what I can do, tell Brooks,
Where did these come from?
Cynthia.
Okay, I
Send
think
them to Brooks.
3 and 4,
Ms. Ruder was supposed to send them to you. Can you check your emails from her?
If not, I will.
I have them.
do it really quick.
She has sent them to me. I apologize. I was, yep, I have them.
How do we not have them in email form? I don't understand.
I should have the answer. Sorry, I don't.
In the meantime, Miss Jessica, we will ask you to come back to the next Rules Committee meeting to address O2, or O10, I'm sorry.
Of course.
Yeah, so thank you. Not that I want you to leave on this one, but I was just backtracking because I had,
I can sit here.
thank you.
Madam Chair, I think amendments 3 and 4 came out of the last Rules and Government Committee. So 1 and 2 came from me, and then 3 and 4 came from the committee, and then 5 came from me, which also trying to respond to the committee.
So where did 5 come from?
That came from me trying to address a concern I heard from the committee.
And you're suggesting 4 came from the Rules Committee? I don't recall that.
Yeah, I think it did, because
It
that
come
one
from
deals
Environmental
with,
Matters?
that one deals with only having to map, because originally we were saying it to show trees over, a certain size and diameter, but what the committee talked about is specifying that it's only if they're within 3 feet of the fence. You don't have to show them on the whole property, just the ones next to the proposed fence. And I think that came from, unless I'm thinking of a different committee, but
Alderman Schnellmeyer, have you received them yet?
Yes, I have, Madam
3,
Chair.
4, and 5?
Yes, I have, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I have Amendment 3 up right now.
Alderman Savage, do you want to talk about these now?
which
Now that everybody has them?
which one would you like me to start with?
Did we, I don't recall whether we approved Amendment 1.
I will have to ask Ms. Jackson. I don't recall if we took action on 1 and 2 or not.
did we take action on amendments 1 and 2 and 3? It says on behalf of the Rules Committee for 3.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the amendments right now, and we gave Amendment 1 a favorable recommendation and Amendment 2 a favorable recommendation.
What are you reading, Alderman?
The minutes.
Minutes.
Okay.
Imagine that.
So we had made a couple tweaks on them, so that's probably where the rules amendments had come from. And those had been given favorable recommendations, those tweaks. So
1, 2, and 3, we've given a favorable recommendation to from this committee.
Correct.
yeah.
So that takes us to Amendment 4.
Okay, yeah, and 4, oh, sorry.
We have them.
Right.
Do you want me to speak to 4 at all?
Yes, Alderman.
So this one, I believe also came from a discussion from the committee, just again, to make sure that property owners, because the code as written requires that property owner has to show all the trees on a property. What I was proposing to change that to was only trees that are over, I think 5 inches diameter breast height, so a certain width. And then the committee had the idea to narrow it down even further, which I support, which is to say only if that's within 3 feet of a fence do you have to show it, because otherwise it doesn't matter, it's just an extra burden.
Right.
So I would accept this as a friendly amendment.
So any questions for Alderman Savage, or is there a motion?
I
support
I
Amendment
move
4.
favorably on Amendment 4.
Or second.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Amendment 5.
Okay, this one was an attempt to address a concern I heard from a couple members on the committee and also some of the other council members who were in attendance, I think Alderman Gay, as far as, so currently the code requires, and this is the current code, that when somebody submits a fence permit, they have to submit a plan that has all these things on it, such as topography, the trees, like we mentioned, location of the houses, property lines, easements, utilities, all these things. And so the concern was that that can be a bit of a burden on some residents. And so I was trying to think of ways to reduce that. And my thought was to take some of those items out. So one would be 3 of them out of that list. One would be public right-of-ways, easements, and utilities, because those are all items that staff has access to in their review in our GIS program software. And that's what staff has said in the past, is they look at those things anyway on their software. So I'm basically changing that to say, instead of the applicant having to show all that, because it could be difficult for an applicant to track down all the utilities and easements. They may not be aware of all those things on their property. So this just says, instead of them having to do it, the city will.
So we're moving the responsibility of providing those things, right-of-way, easement, and utilities, to the city department to handle that through our GIS program.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move we recommend favorably.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so what's before us is 029 as amended with the 5 amendments.
I move we recommend favorably on 029 with the 5 amendments, which, by the way, I find responsive to the discussion of the committee, and I'm glad that these were being made.
Alderman Channelmeyer, can you give us a second?
Whoops.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That takes us on to R 5324, changes to executive pay ranges. This is the mayor's legislation. Mayor Buckley, would you tell us how you feel about this piece of legislation? Deputy City Manager. I'll call on you instead.
I'm not aware of any amendments that have been submitted for this. I know that there have been, some questions, and Department of Finance is wrapping up analysis of one item that I know the Finance Committee had requested. But at this point, I think it's really a question of, for me, of are there questions that I can answer, or getting a sense of what this committee's.
I have two different kinds of questions. The first one starts with
I did recognize them. I know you just started talking, but.
The basic need for having this as a separate kind of qualification. I believe all of these fall under the exempt, the new exempt scale that we've created. So we have police, fire, and exempt. And in the past, we've just had at the top of those three categories the rate level 19 and 20. And so it's not clear to me why we need this, but what is clear to me, and I have gotten considerable feedback, is the salary ranges are too high. And we had, and I can't find my piece of paper, a document from you, I believe, Assistant City Manager, that highlighted ones that were higher than the county. I don't believe that these jobs are scalable. In other words, I think the requirements for, say, the head of public works in the city are the same requirements and therefore should earn the same level of pay as the director for public works in the county. But I don't think it should earn more than that. And I just picked director of public works. I'm not even sure if that's one that's out of the range. I've got to find, yeah, here's my piece of paper from you that's showing a comparison of our scale, or I don't know how many members of the council still have this piece of paper, but it was showing a comparison of the Annapolis range to Anne Arundel County, to Howard County, to Baltimore County, and to Prince George's County. And first of all, I still have unease comparing us to counties, but it is clear that we're in the recruitment range of at least Anne Arundel County, if not these other counties. But I have a hard time, and I don't know if you have this, Madam Chair, but I'll
That's what I was
share that
looking
with
up.
you.
Yeah.
Figuring out the justification for why we should be higher than the counties that we're compared to. So at a minimum, I think we need to reconsider the pay range and at least bring it back in line with the counties that we're competing with. So the first one is, why do we need to create a whole executive thing? I didn't find strong justification in the report for it. And it doesn't seem that it has hampered us in any way by having these pay scales on the top of the three categories, police, fire, and exempt, in the past. So I guess that's my first question. But then, assuming that we get a satisfactory response to that, then why are we out of range with our comparator counties?
Oh, let me ask a question. This first column, this is the proposed range, correct?
Yes, that's
So
my
do we-
understanding.
Do we have a column with the existing?
I don't have one myself, but that would be.
This is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
So there is no column that tells us what the existing salaries are.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I caught it.
Okay.
I do think we got that, but I don't know if I have.
I'm sure we got it,
That-
but I'm thinking it should be a column on this.
I can certainly add that as a separate column to that particular,
It's just very difficult to make comparisons when we don't know
what the
where we
current
are.
scale is.
So that is in the class and comp.
Turn your mic on, please.
That information's in the legislation. I have a copy of that end scale that shows you the range as well, which I can tell you what it is for the non-represented, if you'd like me to share that now.
And I believe I did share
did.
this, but let me share it with this group again right now.
For the city.
Yes. Send it to us, please. We're getting it right now. Ms. Jackson has it. I mean, that's important to me.
Yeah, I agree.
When we're talking about where we should be going. And,
Are
you
we
know,
getting it in hard copy or being emailed?
she's emailing it to us.
Yeah, me. Because I'm doing this quickly, the version I'm giving you is not a PDF version. I can supply that, and probably have, but the thing I found most quickly isn't my internal version, which is what I'm going to share with you.
Now, would you share, we're looking for email from you. Please.
So in terms of the answer to your two questions, the first recommendation, and in some sense, the stronger recommendation within the class and comp study is to, for these particular job classes, to move them into an open range salary scale mechanism. The secondary recommendation then was the upper and lower bounds of that scale, the details inside that scale. But the first recommendation was to move to an open scale, which is the practice in the vast majority of other jurisdictions. It gives the city some additional flexibility in terms of bringing someone in and around salary negotiations and stuff like that. And ends up being a little bit, providing some additional flexibility, I suppose. In terms of where those particular limits are, and that is a reflection in part of having those director positions within a single band. And so looking at where those current scales are, there is an attempt to harmonize based on where those scales are now.
What is CS, Director of CS?
Sorry, it's Central Services.
Oh, Central Services, that's the new. And this is, did you get this? This is the current. So what happens if we don't approve this?
So if this does not get approved, what that would necessitate is an amendment to the ordinance that's part of this package, which would, because that has then the change of, instead of N20, it's E5. So that would have to, those would have to revert back to what they currently are. That would, I mean, that would be the most immediate impact. You would need to harmonize on that decision. You need to harmonize the legislation around that decision.
Alderman
I don't have
Savage?
that.
That's what Kalen just sent us.
Well,
Or no, Ms. Buckland just.
I guess the one question I had, and just looking at the sheet too, because I had a little bit of concern about, well, we're proposing to pay all the executives the same level, where
Scroll down.
looking at these other jurisdictions, because we have departments that are all kinds of different sizes. We have some that are probably a couple hundred, and some that are less than 10, right? But according to the proposed pay scale, they'd be getting paid all the same. And when I was looking at the sheet Alderman Arnett had from other jurisdictions, the different department directors do have different top ends, but we're proposing a flat for everybody, right?
Not all of them do. There are some jurisdictions that do this. Prince George's County does that. Montgomery County actually does that as well.
I just sent it to you again.
And some of them are differentiated. Right now, other than HR and IT,
Yeah.
for the most part, most of them are in a single band now, right? That most of them are N20s now. So in some sense, from my perspective, it's sort of the least disruptive change. It's closest to what the current status quo is.
Yeah, I guess it partially depends on the philosophy of the jurisdiction, but I could see it both ways. I mean, on the one hand, you want to make sure all the directors I see a benefit to treating them all equally, but on the other hand, it's really hard to justify that when some of the departments are much, much larger than the others. So that's where I'm kind of wrestling with, should there be a bit of a difference then between some of those departments based on size, perhaps? I don't know exactly how it's done elsewhere.
Can I speak to some of that? Okay.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your question?
I'm just wondering if there should be a distinction as far as the top end of the salary or the bottom based on the size of the department. Because if you look at Alderman Arnett's sheet there is some variation in some of the other jurisdictions. And so I can see the one argument is you treat all the directors the same. On the other hand, they're not all the same because all the departments are different. Some are 5, 10 people, some are 20, some are over 100. So should there be some distinction? And it seems like there's some jurisdictions that have made that distinction. I think
it comes down to pay philosophy of a jurisdiction, to be quite honest with you. And you can see that Prince George's County has adopted a pay philosophy of consistency. You know, that's what they're doing in their compensation decisions. There's also internal decisions when it comes to what you attract somebody with and what you're willing to pay for the position when you, in fact, select somebody for that vacancy. We need to take into consideration when we're making any pay decisions, what are we paying others now? And so that what we're doing is making sure that based on credentials, based on what an individual's bringing forward to the job, that we are evaluating their value relative to others and relative to what they bring to the city. And so all of those things should necessarily go into a pay determination when somebody is hired as well, within the range. You know, you're not going to pay above the range maximum. That doesn't mean you're going to pay at the maximum that we're even suggesting here. We're planning for growth. We're planning, just as we did for the incoming pay scales for FY25 for what we collectively bargained. We won't have a new scale in place for FY26. We will have the same pay schedule for FY26 as we had for FY25. And so there's not a salary scale adjustment coming forward there. So we're planning for growth as well in this concept here, in what you have before you, and planning for inclusive coverage of all department heads within that scale. Again, take it from the tack of a decision, a pay philosophy decision of putting all directors on the same pay schedule.
Yeah, and well, and the response to that would be on the one hand, so there's the pay philosophy question. And so on that issue, I guess what role does the council play in setting that philosophy or policy as far as how that's to be treated?
I would say absolutely we consider the council's pay philosophy, judging from the past of having the then A20 as the grade for department heads. The only difference was over time that the P scale for police and the F scale for fire was more influenced by what was going on in compensation, and we carried that compensation benefit all the way up to the chief. So we had a really challenging year in negotiating with police where there was a substantial increase in that schedule. It carried all the way up to the chief. So that's how you get some distinction in the pay for on the P scale for the police chief. Fire was similar. They didn't always track with what we were able to negotiate and successfully negotiate it with the AFSCME bargaining units because the salary comparators were making big changes as well out there. And that's where your market data then has an impact on what you're able to do or should be doing for those scales that are not alike. And again, this is an attempt to bring the director level positions back to that consistency, but allowing for the range width that has occurred over time, and also looking at these comparators, because if you look at the information that was provided by Vicki, you'll see that even though you're looking at Anne Arundel County, we're taking into account Howard County, Baltimore County, Prince George's County. Prince George's County and Howard County both were part of our and Anne Arundel County were part of our comparators. So when the consultants came back with their recommendations, that was part of the market data. We don't have director levels in fire and police in jurisdictions other than counties. So that's why it makes really good sense to use county comparators there. Our robust services here in the city are more like counties than they're like cities in our comparator groups in many cases.
Well, so as far as going back to your other point on planning for growth, I mean, I've seen a number of times over the years when we've hired people at the top or at the top of the pay grade. So, I don't think that's necessarily being strictly adhered to when we hire people, because I've seen that happen quite a bit over the years. So, and as far as the pay philosophy, I could kind of see it both ways, because I could see a new director for, Public Works questioning, why am I getting paid the same as a department that only has 10 people? It seems a bit, it just seems a bit, unfair in that sense, because I understand competing with larger jurisdictions, but then again, we're talking about different animals as far as size of some of these departments. So should we be paying as much as the county when they have 3-4 times the number of employees in certain departments? I don't know. I think we have other draws. There are other benefits to working for the city as far as I think it can be a draw to have less responsibility, less people.
So I
that's-
probably am a good person to ask this because I worked for the county for a very long time and then came to work for the city. I would not say that the size of the organization is the determiner, it's the complexity of the work. And it's the breadth and variety and expectation of that work that's really the comparator. You tend to have, at the county, there were 3 assistant personnel officers in the Office of Personnel, which is their department. It's a department there. And then have other managers below that. So when you have span of control that's divided out amongst others, yes, you're ultimately responsible as the director, but you have support at a high level, at a fairly high level, to get those elements accomplished. So I don't know that it's a clean way to make that distinction, numbers. I think it's really important that you also consider what the complexity of the job is and what kind of expectations are on the work and that performance of that work. And in that regard, I think that our hiring decisions over time, and that we've brought directors in at probably at the top in most cases of that scale, is more indication of where the pressure points are in comparison pay to other jurisdictions and competition there. I think it was an indicator, and this study proved it, that we didn't have appropriate ranges of pay for our senior leaders. And that was a pressure point for us.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you saw that he had his hand raised.
Was that your last question?
Brooks.
Question, Alderman Savage? Okay, Alderman Channelmeyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry, I had myself on mute. I apologize. Can folks hear me now? Okay, assuming that's a yes. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the idea of us wanting to plan for growth, but not to turn everything back into a housing conversation, but we don't have the growth in population to really accommodate that idea of growing our executive salary base. And by trying to grow our city staff first and then hope our population catches up later, that's how departments end up in budget crunches, and then us having to make very hard decisions later on and letting promises that we've made fall short later. So I think approaching this through that lens can be setting us up for dangerous and hard choices later. I also share my colleagues' reluctance to authorize paying department heads of departments with varying sizes the same salary range. And it's not even just sizes, it's different complexities and responsibilities. Even though a department may not be the same size, them having a more complex job could justify a different range, but also just the various responsibilities and issues that they cover warrant different salary levels. So I appreciate the work done on this. I'm personally leaning against it. For colleagues who disagree, I understand where they're coming from as well, but I think this sets us up for hard choices later on in the future if it passes.
Alderman Arnett?
Thank you. Again, I find the class and comp study really unconvincing about the need to create this class, but more importantly, as I said before, I am hearing quite a negative clamoring about the salary ranges, but particularly the height of the salaries. And I do have, I mean, you and I have lived through people getting different pay levels, and I can see the argument both ways. But I just don't find something compelling to jump to these levels when, in many cases, our comparators are much lower. And not only that, in some cases, the range is broader. So like, for example, the not DPW, the ADOT in Anne Arundel County goes from 107 to 207. That's a $100,000 range. And so I don't even understand the spread of the ranges here. And I cannot find anything in the class and comp study that gives me solace to understand. I mean, the whole introduction of this takes up 2 pages or 3 pages in the class and comp study. There are more details in the appendices, but I'm going to have a hard time, or my successor, in facing constituents about the need to do this and particularly about the salary levels. So I don't know what to do at this point. I don't know whether it's to ask for a rethink from the administration or what, but I'm not on board with this as it is.
Well, I have to concur. I've got so many issues. I could not support any effort. Well, first of all, I don't agree with us being compared with the counties, because as I've said any number of times, the city's unique. We have unique responsibilities and unique concerns, and we're not like anybody else. We're not like Greenbelt, we're not like Rockville, we're not like Salisbury, and we are not like any of the counties that have been comparing us to. So that I have an issue with. My bigger issue really is the inequity in our existing salaries. I am looking at our assistant city manager, who is the number 2 person in the city, who makes far less than almost all, if not all, of the directors. How is that possible? In a line of authority, respect, professional, call it whatever, I have an issue with that.
Would you like an answer to why it looks that way?
Pardon me?
Would you like an answer to why it looks that way?
Well, if you can answer it, I mean, since you were the one hired in that position.
The salary that I'm at is a reflection of what I asked for. The city did not lowball me, I think is a fair way of saying that.
Well, then I'm sorry for you, if that's what you asked for. Because the level of responsibility, first of all, I don't think, and maybe it's a strategy to ask for a lower salary.
No.
But, did you not think it was worth?
So I was coming from a position where I was responsible for 2,000 people and a $400 million budget and 120 programs to an environment that was simpler.
You thought?
It's
simpler, really?
It's, well, you got to understand, I was coming out of COVID too. So it was all of that plus COVID, right? And certainly smaller, just in terms of sheer population, the rest of it. And so, the way that I was thinking at that time, actually I still sort of think this way, frankly, is that the logic of any pay scale is that you're going from, oh my God, I hope they can do it. They meet the minimum qualifications, but please, I hope they can do it, to there's nothing for them to learn. They're gonna know everything they need to know on day one. And I'm not at either one of those ends. I was somewhere in the middle of that. and not a little more than halfway, but when I looked at where that was, I asked, is that a salary I can live with? And the answer was yes, and that's what I asked for. I think that the question of fairness, I appreciate and am enormously grateful for the vote of confidence that your question reflects. And I'm enormously flattered by that. But I don't want my particular position and my particular choices to have an outsized influence on where everybody else ends up.
Well, thank you for that background, and that does help ease the concern. However, the fact that you were allowed to do that sends a message also. But my point still remains that that position, and whether you're in it or someone else is in it, has a line of authority that needs to be respected professionally, and what comes along with that, and this is my union hat on now, what comes along with that is the professional pay that's comparable. So that's where I'm coming from. But I see, public safety, the community has told us time and again that that is their number one issue, what they want to put their money into. And I don't see comparable pay with police, fire, and OEM. Now, granted, they get to negotiate when they come in, and I don't think this resolution, ordinance, whatever it is, I don't think it eliminates that ability to negotiate when new people come in. But I do expect public safety to be in a line in some form or fashion, and it's not. And is it because OEM, it only has 6 people on a good day, even though they have the command of all 600 of our employees in any type of tragedy? But that seems to be that's a sticky wicket for me, because it feels in the back of my mind that something's not right here. We had to fight to get the deputy in that department his pay, back pay for 2 or 3 years. And then we still don't find what I consider true consideration for the professionalism in that department. So I have serious concerns about the existing pay and how it's handled and how it will be handled. I don't think that this ordinance resolution is going to change that. So, and we'll see what the next one looks like, but Alderman Savage.
Can I just get clarification on, I'm trying to understand what your concerns are. Because maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, but I'm seeing the current pay scale maximum as the same for all the public safety except for police. Is that what you're alluding to, is the fact that police is higher than fire, OEM, and?
I am looking at the current salary. So I'm looking at the last document that Ms. Buckland sent us. And OEM is right there with transportation and DPW. Finance is way above. HR is below.
So,
HR and IT are not considered.
One thing to keep
department.
one caveat that is important to note, it's the asterisk that's there at the time that I pulled this. So all of those ones where you see like 185 and 190, all of them started this year in exactly the same place, but some of them have reached their merit date and some have not. By the time you get to the end of this fiscal year, all of them will again be at the same place. It's an accident of timing, right? But they all started this fiscal year like you had said, finance, for example. She'd already past her merit date, which is when those increases occur. That's in some sense an accident of your hire date. But as of July 1, all of them they were all at the maximum of the old scale. When we adopted the new scales for FY25, right, they all shifted together, but they change on the merit date. All employees do.
So you're saying all of them will be at 190
By the time you get to the
end
end.
of 2025?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your concern was with the current salary, not the
Right,
scale
and-
per se?
And I started by saying the existing process is flawed for me.
Okay. Well, I guess it might be a question for HR. Because I guess in my mind, I see those as kind of separate. They're related, but separate issues. What somebody's currently getting paid is not going to be addressed through the pay scale, right? Because the pay scale is looking forward as far as.
The executive pay scale is an open range. So
Right,
it's
but
not-
if her concern is with the current pay scale, or sorry, current pay level, not the scale, the pay level, that's normally addressed through the regular merit process.
It is.
Not necessarily through adjusting pay scale,
So
if you get what I'm,
I do, but
Asking.
when we transition from the step system for the FY24 scale to the FY25 scale, we had to fit people onto the step that gave them at least if they didn't get a 2.5% increase by going to the next highest step, not less than the way they were making, then they got a financial compensation. But they fit on the scale. And so every director fit on the new scale because we went back and added the 20 grade to the N, the P, and the F scale. So that already occurred, and I think I'm only reinforcing what's already been said by Vicki, I'm sure. And then because we have language in the code that talks about a performance review, an anniversary date, and the entitlement to move on the scale, there are directors, because their anniversary dates have already occurred, who have already moved up a step for merit reasons, for performance review, connected pay increases.
okay.
And so when you have the open range to come into, we wouldn't change that. It's an open range, so individuals would come into the new scale where they are, but we need provisions to allow for those that, if timing is such that they haven't yet received their anniversary date and their performance increase, that there would be provisions to do so. And just reinforcing something that I have heard Vicki say a number of times in other committees and in this committee as well, is that the council has agency over that. That's a budgetary item, that, what is the increase going to be for those in an open range? And we're asking for pay language that allows us to deal with equity concerns, and we're asking for that all over across the scales, for exempt employees, civil service employees, regardless of scale, so that if we have course corrections we need to make and we find out that things are ajar, we have the ability to make those adjustments within the grade. And so those two things have control still. You're using evaluative information. You should absolutely evaluate it against what other people are making, what that person would be making relative to folks that they would be supervising, what their knowledge, skills, and credentials are that they're bringing to the city, and all of those things go into making good pay decisions. It's not just, okay, well, let's bring the next people in because this range is wide open to us. Let's bring the next person in just below the top of the scale. You would go back and should go back and look at how you're compensating others to make sure that you have your internal balance before making those kinds of decisions. And that really what you leave yourself for is the room for future growth, I can tell you what it does for attracting people. When you hire people and you hire them near the top of the scale, they look at, okay, I only have a couple of years. We used to have longevity holds for lower level people. People would come in and say, I want to negotiate this pay because that's what I'm worth, and find out they couldn't move for 7 years. I'm not saying that's the case for people in the exempt service, but there's still a ceiling to look at. And so what we're just trying to do is make sure that we don't create an artificial ceiling, or a real ceiling, actually, that doesn't give a person the chance to understand where there's growth with the city. And, you know, if it's a matter of having good hiring criteria that's well articulated and gives you a greater chance to rely on that, I think that's a very important piece of this. It's a very important piece to both show projection and to show for the commitment in the city for compensating talent that stays here.
I'm afraid I understand what you're saying, and I know what ability the council has to go back and make corrections. But I also have experienced how long and how difficult that task is in making corrections. So I'm sorry if I don't have a lot of trust in the system that we currently use. So to say, you know, we can always come back and fix that later. I
hope you don't think that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is we've done a lot to try to fix that now and fix it all together. And I think we've spent a great deal of effort and a great deal of success because we went through collective bargaining and succeeded at this as well. And so individuals that transition to the new scales, nobody on the N or the A scale went above step 14. That means they've got 5 more steps for growth. They see it. They know it's there. They know that they've got annual increases towards that. We know that individuals that are in police and fire, the highest step anybody landed in was step 15. They still see the potential for growth for them over time. And, you know, what it gives us is the chance to attract people as well. It gives us the chance to retain people because they have more room and they're not sitting at the highest point on their salary grades.
There is no question that there have been some excellent movement, and with the opportunity for them to move up in the career ladder. I wish everybody was treated the same with the career ladder because there's some inequity there, but
Those
I
aren't
see the
quite built yet,
benefit.
but yeah, we're working on that.
And that needs
Yeah.
to be fixed. But, you know, definitely there has been some benefits. So I'm not saying it's all bad, okay? But I am an advocate of employees, all employees. And equity is important, and not only in the recruitment piece, because I know the value of that, but in the retention piece, because I know the value of that. So, anyway, Alderman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to return to a point that you were making. But first, I want to say that having set this aside for a while and then returning to prepare for this meeting, I have to say I'm very unsatisfied with the class and comp study. It's long on telling us what they're recommending and virtually nothing on why. I mean, these salaries are allegedly represented because of the comparators, and yet we vary from the comparator organizations, which I agree with you are not proper comparisons, but we compared and then we're radically different in many cases from what we're comparing to. So I don't accept that as a recognition, but I think there's some more sub-level things, and I want to go back to the point about the assistant city manager versus the deputy city manager. I'm willing to accept a permanent structure that has a deputy city manager in charge of resiliency and sustainability. And I'm very happy to accept a deputy city manager for operations. That seems to me like 2 categories which would be comparable things that would serve the city manager, that person themselves. But this sort of perpetuates this strange thing, which leads me to ask two questions. Is that because we're maintaining this because with a new administration, some of this is going to go away? Or do we really think that the city manager needs two assistants dealing with two very different areas? And that isn't even spoken to in the class and comp study that I could discern. So I think that's something that we really need to continue to think about. But city manager, two people reporting presumably of equal levels of responsibilities, but covering two spheres that are different. Our operations and sustainability and resiliency co-equal spheres? Maybe, but nothing in the report that talks about that. And then I'm wondering why the chief of staff is even in this structure. And I couldn't find anything that explained why the chief of staff in the mayor's office is in this executive pay schedule. I may have missed it, but I don't see it there, and it isn't intuitively obvious. If you're going to do things like that, then why not have the person in charge of the Office of Community Services in the executive scale?
So I believe what you have are those individuals that are subject to council confirmation.
For the, well, you didn't confirm the chief of staff for the mayor's office?
No.
No,
That's true. That's true.
no. Nor did we confirm the director for the Office of Community Services that I recall.
No.
No, that I do know is true.
So, but I'm saying, this is a big increase in money with still, for me, unsatisfying explanations for why we're doing this separate scale and why it is so divergent from our comparator counties in various locations. They themselves are differing. And what do you make of that? And where in the report do we find out, we're going to use the comparators, but here's the things that we're doing to refine or argue, as you said, why Annapolis is different. And I do believe we're different. Different doesn't necessarily mean good, but I definitely think we're different. But, you know, at this point, I guess I'm left with the question of, what do we do? If this body, and I've heard so far nobody on this body positively inclined to recommend favorably, what happens then?
Well, in my mind, if this, you know, because there are other pieces to this, and you just mentioned the chief of staff, which, you know, has been a political appointee.
Yeah.
Has never been within our scope of, you know, the admin staff. If this is a serious interest, then this needs to be withdrawn and redone so that it addresses the concerns that we've raised. I don't know how else, unless, you know, you think there's 5 votes to get it passed, but I would hate that we'd come down to a 5-4 vote in something as significant as this. So we can take a position of opposition. We can take no position, which I wouldn't suggest, because I think the sense of this body needs to be heard.
Yep.
I think those are only 2 options.
Well, at this point, I'm not in favor of this as submitted. So,
Alderman Schnellmeyer, can you weigh in? I'm sorry, I know you're in the middle of something else also. I thought I had said something. Well, Alderman, it looks like it's the 2 of us. You want to make a motion? I'll second it.
I move that we recommend unfavorably for our 5324.
Okay, I'll second that. Further discussion?
No?
Alderman Savage, would you want to weigh in? He said, don't get me into the middle of this. Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in opposition, in favor of a motion to oppose R53, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Going on to R54, changes in the position classifications and pay plan. Alderman Savage, you have an amendment. You have two amendments, actually, 1 and 3. Alderman Huntley has 1 and Alderwoman O'Neill has 2. Would you like to go first, Alderman Savage?
So this is on R5424. I think. Oh yeah, we discussed this last time. The first. Do you want me to?
Did we vote?
Amendment 1, I think we talked about before.
Did we take a position on this one? I know we discussed it.
I don't think you took any votes on this, right?
No, I don't think so either.
Oh, we postponed.
Right.
Okay, but we didn't take any action on the amendments? I thought we opposed the First Amendment, which is changing environmental program coordinator to environmental program manager. 1, 2, and 3.
I don't have a recollection of that, but what do the minutes say?
Is it in the minutes? We simply moved to post. No, that was 54. Yeah, okay. So we didn't take any action on.
Could we hear from Alderman Savage the rationale for Amendment 1?
That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so again, Amendment 1 is needed because this position that, in the last budget, we created an additional position, Environmental Program Coordinator. And so that was left out of the pay schedule that's in the legislation. And so this adds it back in.
So we did vote on this in environmental matters. Okay, but we did not vote here. Could you tell us what the vote was? I do recall that.
Amendment number 2, everybody agreed to recommend it favorably. It's me, 1 second.
So let's deal with Amendment 1. I opposed that in environmental matters, and I feel the same way, hasn't changed. This position hasn't gone through our normal process. And Ms. Hopkins, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this position, the environmental program manager, 1, 2, or 3 didn't exist. Or it
Correct.
has not gone through HR's process for creating new positions.
That's true. The position was provided information about. However, I understood this amendment to put in a career ladder for their existing position and to rename it. That's how I understood the amendment. I did go back and take a look at, because a lot of times we do comparators. I haven't finished any good market study. I only pulled Anne Arundel County information just to get a sense of where this program manager series stood relative to Anne Arundel County, and the pay is considerably higher than their series of positions for programming. And so I just, that's just a first look at it, not anymore. I think that also when we looked at career ladders with the consultants, that a lot of our positions were at the full performance level and not at the senior level and not at the entry level, which would have, if we're talking about the existing environmental program coordinator, which again is being renamed in this, and I'm making an assumption that there's somehow a blending of that position as well into this, that series would not have started at a 12. It would have been, the entry would have been lower. The entry pay would have been lower, and that would have been probably the median level position, the second level, and then there was a third. But I don't really see that program managers have a series per se. It's something that if we had more of a generic position title like that across the city, that we want to be able to encompass that. I know that's not always the school of thought here, but that's one of the study results that came back, that we tend to have very specific titles rather than generic titles, that now that we don't go through the Civil Service Board, we can create working titles, we can be more specific about removing and only including descriptions of work that are specific to individual positions. So we have individuals that are responsible for programs in the city that start at 11, some are 12. I haven't seen any at 13 or 14, but we do have other positions in the city that are even being proposed, which would be consistent there. Again, I think the pay range is still above what appears to be at the county level. The county has something called special program managers. They have a 1 and a 2. They start at 55, go to 99, and start at 62 and go to 117. So our range here for a 12 is 64.8 to 120, and for a 13 is 69.6 to 129. And for a 3 out of 14 that's proposed here starts at almost 75,000, goes to 139. So I think doing the due diligence around market comparisons and good matching would make better sense. But again, I don't really know what is being proposed in terms of the distinctions between the different levels here. It just is appearing as titles and grades, so I don't know exactly what's the direction here.
Well, may I ask, where did these environmental program manager 1, 2, and 3 come from?
From this amendment.
From
From this amendment.
From the amendment. So
Yeah.
this is being created through our process, not through the normal, I guess, budget HR process. And that was one of my concerns when we had this discussion previously. We, as a council, have created positions by way of this amendment that we are putting in. Because currently, we don't have an environmental program manager. We have a program coordinator, and my question for that is, in my mind, a coordinator supervises somebody, And likewise, the manager is the title we give to HR, IT, those departments, the heads of those departments. So are we creating another quasi-department here, or, which I think is probably the overall strategy. But correct me if that's not where this is going. Alderman Savage?
Yeah, that's not where it's going. I mean, as far as the process, again, this was prior to last year's budget. We have an environmental program coordinator position that dates back to DNEP, and that moved with when we created the Office of Environmental Policy. Went there, and then that position stayed with the deputy city manager for a sustainability position when we created that. And now, last year's budget, what was proposed and passed was using some of the savings from the forestry. We rolled the forestry program into the watershed fund, and that produced some savings in the budget. So we took some of those savings and created a second environmental program coordinator position. But to your point, but the intention, even when that was passed, was that would be a lower position. But the understanding was, when we created that second position, which was going to be lower, that you'd have to rename, to your point, rename the positions. And so
Why did we have to rename the positions?
Well, because the new position was intended to be below the existing.
And then that's something we created during the budget process?
Yes.
But not through an HR process.
That was my next.
Well, I mean, but I don't know how, I didn't see that as my responsibility. If we pass it in the budget, then it should go through HR process. That's why I was never told it needed to. That's why I'm kind of scratching my head now, 8 months later, to say, well, okay, if we need to do research, why was that not done for the past 8 months? Again, I'm a little flabbergasted about that, because if we had to follow a separate, I didn't realize we needed to follow a separate process for that, because I know we've created different positions like the Office of Community Caring, and I don't remember having to go through a second process. Usually we just pass it in the budget and staff does what they need to go through the Civil Service Board. So I don't understand what the confusion is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this raises several issues. It's very hard to evaluate this in a vacuum without seeing the position description for both the environmental program coordinator and the one that would be for this environmental program manager, which is the HR process. And part of the HR process is that you establish grade levels by KSA's level response or independence, and all of the things that we have on from Appendix B, independence, scope, mission impact, interaction, KSAs, and those go into determining career ladders. Now, I am strongly in favor of career ladders, but I think that the career ladders have to come with a discussion of what are the expectations for the different pay levels, KSA's mission impact and so forth, but also how do people move up in the career ladder? I worked in a career ladder as an economist when I was a worker, not a manager, and there were expectations of milestones you would meet to move up a grade, and usually the expectation is you needed to be in your job at least a year, but quite often longer than that, and particularly the higher you went, it was very hard to go from a 12 to a 13 and virtually impossible to go to a 13 to a 14, and then 15's got eliminated when they created the SES. But so in approving these or approving this, I'm very much interested in having career ladders, and I want to talk about career ladders writ large with the rest of this, but I don't know that we have enough information to really understand what this change means. What does an environmental program coordinator do? what would an environmental program manager do? So I'm not opposed to creating
But that
the
was
position.
taken care of in the budget. The budget had job descriptions, but also job descriptions were sent to HR many, many months ago by the deputy city manager for resilience. So she created that. That's why the creation of the steps came from the city manager's office. That was not even from me. I just led the effort to get the
No,
additional
I hear
position
you.
created. So I don't, again, this proposal's coming from the city manager's office. And again, I know the deputy city manager sent descriptions to HR many, many months ago, but nothing was happened with the job descriptions. So I'm
Well, point of information here. So we have a job description for the program coordinator. We do. Do we have a job description for the program manager?
But that part is just
by
a
Jackie.
retitling. I'm not sure that there's a change of the job duties in that sense, so much as a job title change. I think, and
sorry, but it was sent in October.
take this with a certain grain of salt, because some of this is, I'll speak for myself. When we look at the career ladders across all of the recommendations in the class and comp study, there are a bunch of those that do still need to be made. We don't have the fully built out details of every single potential new career ladder job class. Part of the discipline of creating those will be making sure that, to Alderman Arnett's point, that there is a rational relationship between those job class descriptions and sufficiently articulated differences in the knowledge, skills, abilities of the different levels.
And how you go from one to the other.
Yeah.
How you reference that. But I do want to say
Tricia's
that
makes
a
them.
lot of the
Would you turn your mic on?
Yep, gotcha. I do want to say that a lot of the career ladders that are before you in the position summary are already existing positions that have levels to them. In many cases, we've collapsed them. We've taken a senior and added it to the series. You know, we have built around things that are already having some levels to them. And so that's just a matter of distinguishing, and because honestly, what the city does not really have a lot of is opportunities for entry into a series. So we're building the entry into a series. And that's why most positions that are in the career ladders, you'll see that we're starting at a grade below that intermediate level, which is what we tend to hire in initially. What isn't part of this is determining what's the intermediate, what's the entry level, what's the senior level for it. This is making an assumption that we're operating from the current at an entry level, when in fact it has years of experience attached to it, a bachelor's degree and years of experience, which would indicate you already have career growth, career expansion in there. So to that extent, it doesn't align with what has been part of the creation process for the career ladders.
So the pattern, and just to put that in that same comment, but just in different words, the pattern you see everywhere else, in most everywhere else, is that the existing position became a 2, and there was a grade below and a grade above that got added. This is different from that, right? The existing is the 12, and so it's 2 above. To Tricia's point, the existing job description does include some years of experience and stuff. So I think that is, in that sense, this particular recommendation differs from what you see in some of the other recommendations for job series. That's that's part of what council will need to debate.
Well, but it doesn't address the specific amendment, because I'm looking at an email from June 3rd, 2024. June 3rd, including the information you said you don't have, but this has comparisons to other jurisdictions. It has a job description for this position. Follow up with you in October. I mean, so this information you're saying you need to have, you've had since June, so I don't understand why there's...
I think we're talking about two different things in all respect here. We're talking about the environmental position that was added to the budget and these changes that create, it looks like a series built off the current position that is being retitled. Not the new position, but the current position that was filled and functions as an environmental program coordinator at an N12. Those are two different things.
And that was something put together by the city manager's office. That wasn't even an idea of mine. The city manager's offered that. I agreed to introduce it because that, like, the spirit of it having some steps. So I don't understand why, if the city manager initiated it, why is there not any of the supporting information that you're saying you need? And why couldn't you have just taken the other information we have for the lower level positions back from June? So
the implication of a lower level position, though, would be that this ladder would create the entry level and then above, right?
Well, the budget amendment already created the entry level.
No, the difference between a job class and a position. So we're not actually talking about the position, we're talking about the classes, right? So if the logic was, I want a job class that functions as an entry-level class to which that position might belong, that would argue for a job class that's below the existing job class.
Yeah.
Is that, if you understand what I mean? I need different words.
Well, it's pretty clear that there is no clear understanding about what this is doing. In my mind, we're recreating a department that hasn't been sanctioned by Civil Service Board, HR, whomever it is who would evaluate the positions and approve or deny them. True that it was put in the budget in one position, and I question our authority as policymakers to create a position without going through our HR process. But it sounds like that's what we did. But moving to continue to build on it, I think we have to pause and follow our normal guidelines and procedures for doing so. Alderman?
It seems that we started with a sticky wicket first cut here on the amendments, but I want to say that I think that the Class and Comp report study did do a good job of telling us about the career ladders, which again, I'm strongly in favor of. And it tends to show 3 levels, and it has a table here, I'm on page 13 of the report itself, that shows the expectation for years of service for the 3 levels. But this is what I find perplexing about the resolution, because you have some components where there's 2 levels, some components where there's 3 levels of career ladder, and some components where there's 4. And I cannot figure out the rhyme, the reason about who gets 2, who gets 3, and who gets 4. There may well be one, but I don't know what it is, so I don't know how to deal with this resolution. I can tell you, I have gotten complaints from various components about their career ladders or the numbers of their career ladders or their pay levels of their career ladders. Probably not appropriate complaints coming to me as an elected official and who needs to adhere to Article 2A of the Charter and Article 4 of the Charter. Nevertheless, I'm hearing these things, and I can't explain it. And so it almost seems like the number of steps varies by the department. Most of them seem to be 3, but there are a few departments, largely complaining departments, that only get 2 steps. And then there are some departments that get 4 steps, and that isn't explained in terms of page 13 of the class and comp report. What does the 4th step or there mean? I'm as an economist, I'm used to economists went from level 4 to level 15. So there was a lot of steps. Now that's the federal government, been a huge number of employees and so on. And I took my job because I was allowed to enter at level 7, which gave me a jump ahead. But in any event, it is hard to understand what is going on with the, like here's a planner series in, I guess this is planning and zoning that has 4 steps.
Yeah, the general pattern that you see, there are a couple of places where the city already had existing levels. They weren't necessarily ganged together into a ladder, but there were different classifications that were already named. In the absence of that, generally speaking, the pattern for ones that got proposed as new, if you had an existing level that came in at a 2, there was 1 created below, 1 created above.
Right.
For some jobs, there was a senior level. Generally speaking, there were 2 grade differences between the existing one and senior. And so that senior got incorporated into the series. So you ended up with a 1 that was 1 below, 2, which is the existing one, 3, which is the one above, and if there's a senior, that was 4. So, for example, the one you're referencing, OEM, they are slightly different in 2 respects. We'll actually talk about this more when we get to Amendment 3. Their existing class and their senior, they do have a senior, but there's only 1 grade difference. If they had followed the pattern, they would have created 1 below and ganged the 3 together. They would have had 3 levels, but it would have been 11, 12, 13 ganged together. The one that's missing is the one below. But we'll talk about that more when we get to Amendment 3. But that's the pattern you generally see. 2 is the existing, 1 created below, 1 created above. If there's a senior, it's incorporated as the 4.
The they you're referring to is the contractor that we hired for the class and comp.
Yeah,
And
that's
in
the general pattern
Right,
that you
and
see.
in the legislation, you can see that because the new steps added, if I'm interpreting it correctly, are in red as opposed, so
Yes.
that is all very clear. And again, as I say, I think career ladders, it gives people an expectation that there's headroom, so there's a reason for them to want to stay and attain that. It's a great thing, and I would actually argue for more steps, but in any event, what is not clear is how it's determined which organizations get 2 steps, which ones get 3 steps, and which get 4 steps. And the study doesn't help me with that, but that is clearly what we're approving is, by approving this resolution, we're approving all the red. Those are the changes.
And any amendments, correct.
Yeah. So I'm at a loss as to, and again, it's also hard to look at these if you're really, and I'm not volunteering to be the one that gets this serious without actually looking at the position description. But that would be the way, if I were the manager of one of these organizations, that would be the way I would look at it, and argue that maybe we have to go back to position description changes and say, I need more headroom, so we're going to have a position description for a new level 3 or a new level 4. But what I'm first baseline concerned about, before we get to the ticklishness of this first amendment, is how we determine the rationale. What I heard you say, and I want to do my active listening here, is that in some cases there are already existing steps, but we needed to add another one. That's a red line in this resolution. It could well be in other cases we had 3 steps, 3 levels, and we added a 4th. And you can see that going on in the red in the resolution. I guess I am having still trouble trying to figure out, how do we interpret this?
So again, to reinforce what Vicki has said, when you see level 4, that's because they had a senior level. That's the 4. In every case, you'll see the line out of a senior planner, a senior accountant, a senior budget analyst, and that is the new 4.
Okay, in terms of, I'm sorry.
When you see additions, that's the build around existing levels that have also been identified with a number so that they're identified in a series. We used to have a planner and a senior planner. Now we have a planner 1. The planner 2 is equivalent to the planner, and the 3 is between what would be the senior, now renamed the 4, at a 3 level. So it has good logic to it, honestly. I think it's not, in all due respect, I think you can see it in words there, and with the changes identified with new language and a strikeout and a replacement.
So in terms of the study, page 13, can we have at least an indication of years of service for someone who's a level 4? And is there a possibility of a level 5?
It's not just years of service, in all due respect. It's geared to the work. So you're talking about people that are coming in with needing stronger guidance and less complex work when they come in at entry level. Generally, they're coming out of college. They're coming out without having any seasoned experience. Maybe they had an internship, but a lot of times not even that is the case. And so that individual's fresh, and they're coming into the work environment and they're getting the chance to learn what it is to apply that knowledge. After they get experienced in that, they have the opportunity to demonstrate greater independence. They end up having, I mean, I don't think this is unfamiliar territory for you all. I'm sure in the federal system is very, very similar.
The years of experience are more of a guideline for by the time someone has worked. This is a conversation I remember Alderwoman Finlayson, I believe, having with you and Alderwoman Pendle Charles about someone should have, by the time we get through this many years of experience, someone under sort of a normal progression should be ready, have learned, demonstrated skills and all that, to be ready for that next level. If they're not, we need to be looking at ourselves about whether that person got the sufficient training, whether they had opportunities, right? Or whether there's something else that's going on that they're not ready. So that
Or they may not want more.
Or they may not want, yeah. But that years of experience is a guideline for what sort of normal progression looks like, but it's typically not one of the criteria. And I do think it's important to note that this is a first cut, that what got proposed by the class and comp study, which started a long time ago now, is a first cut at where some career ladders would make sense in the city. We are going to have places, like the example that's in front of us now in this particular amendment, where there are proposals around some other places where a career ladder might make sense, where you might have a body of work that is amenable to growing someone and deepening someone's engagement with it over time. And I think from the city's perspective, I don't think we have any objections to the idea of having additional career ladders.
we don't.
In this particular case, that this particular suggestion wasn't part of the original class and comp study. That doesn't mean that we can't create it. Doesn't mean we can't, make a logical connection between those different levels and some knowledge, skills, and abilities. I think all of those things are possible. The thing that I'm pointing out is simply the pattern that you see in the other places where we've established career ladders. But I don't think we object to the idea that we've got other places where career ladders make sense.
So, again, the job before us specifically today is to go over the resolution, which I think maybe we should have started with first before we got to amendments. And I'm focusing on career ladders, and career ladders has got multiple dimensions to it. One is your level that you're at, and that has to do with meeting the KSA's independence and so forth, and some longevity in the position. But also career ladders, as I pointed out, economists in the federal government start at a level 4. There's no level 1, 2, and 3, whereas maybe in public works, there are levels 1, 2, and 3 pay levels. So those are actually the pay range. And I'm not sure, other than saying, hey, the class and comp study came up with these recommendations. The administration is putting forth this resolution because we agree with what they recommended, and that's fine with me also. And then we get to amendments saying, well, no, we need to make other changes. So I don't know how we proceed, Madam Chair.
Well, I've read over this any number of times, and I'm still finding issues. Just sitting here reviewing what I thought I had, I was looking at the amendments that are being proposed, and I thought maybe they were addressing some of the issues. But I still have a lot of questions about changes in grade and why some positions were downgraded and others were enhanced. Why our city clerk, deputy city clerk, goes to an assistant city clerk when we seem to be moving other assistants into deputy positions.
So that I can address directly, and if we had this before. The original concern that we understood from the council is that there was not consistency across the city relative to deputies, the second level in departments. And so
A naming convention.
naming convention, it's truly a naming convention. And so we went through city government and said which positions are identified as assistants that are the number 2, and then changed titles that were assistants at the number 2 level in departments to deputy. And then conversely, positions that were not the number 2 to a department head, those positions were retitled as assistants. That's how those are only 2 positions, honestly. That's the deputy city clerk and the deputy harbor master. I know one of your amendments is to not do that for the harbor master position, but that is why the deputy city clerk is an assistant city clerk rather than a deputy city clerk. That's not a department. That position reports to the city clerk, and that position reports to the city attorney.
But all
Well,
of that born from what we understood to be a concern about consistency of naming conventions.
I'm sorry, Alderman Savage is leaving, so you're good with whatever we do with that amendment is what you're telling. Okay, well, thank you for being here as long as you could. And I know councils change, and I do recall when we said we weren't going to have any deputies, but we deliberately left the deputy city clerk in place. We did that as a council. Now I see that being changed here, which even though it's not a separate department, we were concerned about the line of authority as well as the responsibility.
Again, we simply listened to what your concerns were before, talked to the consultants about what are naming conventions that, when you're looking at them, what are appropriate naming conventions. We went back and saw the results and said that does not comport with what we understood was a concern of the council to have the second level to department heads be considered deputies.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, I don't think that we really have an interest in changing that title other than what we understood to be the request. If that's something that you would like to see undone, I don't think we would have any objections to that.
I feel strongly that that should be changed. I'm not sure whose request that was to make that change, other than the consultant's interest in trying to make everybody parallel in their structure. But, you know, I do know that we had intentionally left that position as it was. I mean, we created it and we left it as it was. And to come back now and change it is a problem for me.
So this is historical information. Thank you for sharing. And I agree with Vicki. If that's a concern and a desire, that's not something we're going to hold anything up for.
Okay.
Well, I actually like the rationale. To me, a deputy is someone who is a true alter ego for the director, someone who can step in and perform at the same level. They're just not the director, they're the deputy. Whereas the assistant is the assistant accountant, assistant city attorney. You don't expect all of the city attorneys to be, to step in unless appointed by Mr. Lyles and be the city attorney in absentia, at least not on a permanent basis. Even in the Office of Law, there's difference in tenure, differences in areas of focus and so forth. So I do think that delineation makes sense, but it is also a change.
Well, and I think you are pointing out some criteria that you want to make sure occurs as well, that that person is stepping into the role and is fully capable of stepping into the role when called upon, and that's not an unusual occurrence.
Right. So that's like with the harbor master, there's one or two people there who actually are on duty as effectively the harbor master on every day, actually. So that does sound like it's a legitimate deputy position. If we look at OEM, I assume Dave Mandel, or we don't use names, but the deputy there can operate in the stead of the director. But I do think that there is still some confusion there.
I'm looking for the deputy not city manager, OEM. I'm not
It's hard to find these things with all
finding
the
it.
numbered nomenclature. I don't know what a 4127 is.
That's the class number that doesn't.
I know.
If you look at the staff report, it's in the exact same order, but it includes, they're organized by department.
Yes, you're right.
And And they're organized by grade for the most part, but to facilitate being able to see what's connected in terms of job series and career ladders. And so I did that as a way to help make it easier to
Yes,
find things.
thank you for doing that, and I forgot.
Yeah.
So I'm still not
So we have the
finding-
legislation, and then we have the staff report that's organized in a slightly different way.
It's in the same order. It just includes some additional columns to help
They're like together.
visualize some things and find things better. Otherwise, you need like 3 or 4 different
Sorting.
different ways of organizing the
Yes.
list.
Still not
That's
seeing
how I operate.
emergency management.
From the
I'm just trying
staff-
to check to see if this.
And the departments are in alphabetical order by their, by their summary. So,
Oh,
you
so
know, it's-
emergency
So
management,
emergency management is.
so OEM, so it's going to be before Office of Law, OOL. Yeah.
yeah, so emergency management should be on page 5.
It's, yeah, that's, so OEM,
Oh, so it's
Oh,
O.
it's, oh,
yeah.
okay.
And we always refer to it as OEM, so it's with
Yeah.
the O's.
So page 7 of the staff report. So the only change in OEM is adding Emergency Management Planner 1 and Emergency Management
Oh,
Planner
okay.
2. So
Right, it's
there's
an
a
amendment.
career
There's
ladder.
there's
Yeah.
a further amendment that is on the table that's been submitted. I believe
Yes.
it's amendment number 4.
Because the senior emergency management manager was taken away, and that became a 2 in the career ladder.
And so the background on that, do you want me to go ahead?
But we
and explain?
need that,
Yeah, well, not, taken away is not really the right, it fell into the same pattern of if there was a senior, it became part of the series. So in the case of OEM, one of the things that's different about where they started going into the class and comp study is that the emergency management planner and the senior emergency management planner are only one grade.
is a supervisor. And that's what's
well-
missing.
Well, we'll get to that in just a sec. Those grades are only one grade apart. Everywhere else, they're 2 grades apart. OEM, they were only 1 grade apart. And so what Amendment 4 proposes doing is essentially going back and starting them from a place that's what you see in the patterns of other departments. So you'd have 2 grades difference between the existing position and the senior position. You'd do the same thing with them that you do everywhere else. You create one below, you create one above, right? So that there's a total of 4 grades. However, OEM had 2 particular requests which are honored in the amendment. One was, don't bother creating the one below, which is fine. And then, because of that supervision relationship, don't actually roll the senior into the series. So we have retained the senior title to signify that it wouldn't be part of the career ladder, and then kept the rest.
And we understand that.
Yeah.
We understand all of that. But
Yeah,
I'm disappointed that that didn't translate to you guys from the director. Because I know it didn't, because he raised it with us on a number of occasions. And why only 2 in that department as opposed to 3?
because of those 2 choices. Don't create this one and separate this one. So instead of 4, you end up breaking off the lower one.
But we're not consistent with that.
Not
We-
including the top.
It was a request of the department head.
Yeah.
to do it in that manner.
Not to eliminate a third level, I don't believe.
To take what would, if they'd started from the same spot, which is 2 grades difference, the pattern would have been 1 below, the existing, 1 above, and the senior. That would have been 4 levels. He asked us to drop off the bottom, which is fine, and to not gang the senior with the rest of the series.
Okay, well, I'm just speaking.
So we did honor those requests.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I know there's an amendment that will restore the senior manager position, and I'm not sure whether it adds a third level in the career ladder. I have to go back because I don't remember. It does.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
the O'Neill.
fixes the problem for us. But are we, and going back to the original, my original comment was about deputies in the city clerk's office. We have directors, deputies. Are they where they're supposed to be? You know, the city manager, not the city manager, the Office of Emergency Management, the deputy director in emergency management should be on an 18. It's still on a 17. We had that debate last year. It was moved, but it was supposed to be moved after the company gave us their recommendations on their whole report, and that's still a 17. I missed that before. But that should be an 18. Are we putting our deputies all over the map wherever they happen to already fit? Or is there a plan or a strategy for our deputies? You know, there are some departments that have all new positions and have the fiscal assistant in, I guess, the finance department appeared to be a new position, and we already have a career ladder for that position.
May I give you some background on that? We also had an objective of making sure we did not have titles that were the same, that were non-represented and represented. You know that we separated the scales between the A scale and the N scale to distinguish between those in the AFSCME bargaining units and those that are non-represented. Accounting Associate Series is primarily in finance department, but there are some positions scattered throughout the city that are at the 1 or the 2 level. And so the fiscal assistant, I think is the title, is intended to make sure that those positions are still accounted for, but are more appropriately distinguished from the accounting series in the finance department. They do fiscal support. They're not actually doing accounting, AP, and accounts payable, accounts receivable work per se. They're helping with purchasing and other kinds of financial processes. So they are being distinguished in titles. So there's not in the system a way to have a position that has either an A grade designation or an N grade designation. That's challenging. And so we've made a separation there.
So they are new positions.
No, they are existing
Well-
positions that will have a title that will distinguish them from positions that are non-represented.
What are their titles now?
Accounting associates.
That's what you say in the margin, accounting associates 1, 2, and 3.
Nobody's pay is being changed. Nobody is leaving the bargaining unit. That is simply a manner in which we will be able to keep the accounting series attached to the finance department and those positions that have been using the accounting associate title out in the departments to have something that distinguishes them and can give them their proper grade assignment that is represented.
I don't understand how those 3 positions are the same. Is there one person for each of those 3 positions?
No, they're not positions, it's classes.
Their titles.
But in our mind, from the budget perspective, don't they have a pay grade attached to that title?
Yes, which will remain the same.
Yeah.
So
there-
is the pay grade the same
So
as the accounting 1, 2, and 3?
The pay grades are still assigned to the individuals that are currently assigned those pay grades. What they will see is a title change only to allow for them to have a represented pay grade and an appropriate title that goes with that.
I don't know. I can't understand how we could,
So there's the original job class got recommended to become a series.
what do you
But-
mean a series, as in the career ladder?
Career ladder.
Right.
Yeah.
Career ladder. But the people who are in that now, some of them are represented and some are non-represented. So in addition to building out the ladder, we actually created what is essentially sort of a second version of that so that you could tell the difference. These folks are part of the bargaining unit, these folks are not part of the bargaining unit. Otherwise, the descriptions are the same.
Then why wouldn't, I don't understand why we're segregating out.
Because the challenge for us is that we have separated the non-represented pay scale from the represented pay scale. So we happen to have individual titles in the accounting associate series, some of whom cannot join a bargaining unit because they're confidential employees working for the finance department. The finance department necessarily has their positions on the N scale because they're non-represented. Then you have same title positions that are out in public works, in transportation. They could, I don't know, I think those are the only two places they're located. But they also, over time, have used the accounting associate titles. Those individuals, because they're not sitting in confidential departments and therefore are not excluded from collective bargaining or union membership, are necessarily on the A scale. It's how do you put both of them on the same scale when they have the same title, or different scales when they have the same title? We're trying to rectify that through this process. There will be nothing that is changed. They will remain members of the bargaining unit. That there are clauses in city code and in our collective bargaining agreements that absolutely provide that it's not a process, it's a given. When those position titles happen, they will be simply changed in the bargaining unit agreement and they will remain members. No switch, no change, no pay effect whatsoever.
I am not sure why we seem to think that merging them all together in this fashion is clear or something that even our employees can follow. And I've been on the bargaining end and have negotiated all kinds of salary ladders for any number of different levels of employees. And this is extremely confusing for me. Now that you say it's based on whether they're represented or unrepresented, and that's what the ends are, and it is confusing. And the fact that you feel the need to merge everybody together onto one big table, I'm not sure who that's benefiting. But I don't believe it's benefiting our employees. Only you guys would be able to figure this out. And when you're not sitting in those seats, I hope that somebody's going to be here to be able to carry on and make sure that our employees are continued to be taken care of. Because I find it extremely confusing. Maybe it's just me. I'm getting old. I've done this a long, long time. Okay?
Well,
So
I can tell you
maybe-
my absolute commitment is to making this clear, and that's part of the goal here of that separation. What has not been clear over time is individuals who have been in the same titles, what their bargaining unit membership is and what their entitlements are. This gives us a nice, clear line between that. They're on different scales. That was part of having an A scale as opposed to a general scale that everybody was on. We tried to make sure that we kept consistency between the two scales, but we didn't make it unclear when it came to explaining to individuals what scale you were referring to. That's a very typical fashion that most other jurisdictions do as well. We're following suit by making that clarity. And then, of course, with individuals who have the opportunity to join a collective bargaining agreement, we don't want to say, well, you are, but you're not because, you're in this department, even though your title's in the collective bargaining agreement. We're trying to just do as much cleanup as we possibly can through this. And I know it's a lot. It's a lot to put down on the same piece of paper and the same, it's all together. But believe me, a lot of thought and a lot of desired cleanup went into a lot of the recommendations before you, so that in the future, we don't have to have these kinds of conversations, because you could say, hey, I know that on our A scale, that's our AFSCME represented employees. I know that N scale, that's all of our non-represented employees.
So are we going to get the A scale and the N scale and the P scale separate and broken out, or is it always going to be merged here and you're going to have to kind of, okay.
So if you would like it presented in a different way, I think that's nothing precludes us from doing that, honestly. It's a resolution. It's a different format. I don't see that as a particular issue. I think it's a very reasonable request. It makes good sense. And if you want us to keep scales together, position titles together, that makes very reasonable. That's a very good ask.
I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, this is the AFSCME scale.
Yeah.
This is the local 1608 or whatever, 1626 scale.
3162 and 346,
scale.
Yeah.
Because then the employees can go to their scale and find the information without having to try to figure out titles and all of that. It just, so I'm sorry, gentlemen, where are you with?
Well, I've been following your conversation, but I've also been looking at all of the amendments. So I think what we're talking about now are the basics in the resolution. And I think we still have more work to do there. In terms of the amendments, Amendment 1, I think, has to go back, and if it's going to happen, which I'm not sure it can happen now, it's got to go back to HR and have a position description established for what Alderman Savage is asking for. In terms of the other amendments...
Well, before we go further, so should we take no position, I want it official, on Amendment 1?
I would prefer postponing.
Or
Amendment 1.
postpone, you were going to end up postponing the whole. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're going to postpone action on Amendment 1, the Savage Amendment.
But,
Okay, Amendment 2 is the Huntley or the Finance Committee Amendment.
Right.
Which I can speak to. Yes.
Yes. So I move we postpone Savage Amendment 1.
And would you second that, Alderman? It's been seconded. Further discussion, hearing none. All in favor of postponing action on the Savage Amendment 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Amendment 2 is the Huntley Finance Committee Amendment. That amendment speaks to a city council assistant. In this resolution, the title was changed to legislative administrative assistant. We deliberately created that position for the city council, and to change it to anything other than that would be inappropriate and out of line. So that's the amendment. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move accepting Amendment 2 favorably.
Second.
Discussion? Sorry, I did all the discussion for you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Amendment 3, Savage Amendment that speaks to the deputy and the assistant, we've discussed this a bit in the harbor master's office, changing the assistant harbor master to the deputy harbor master.
I move favorably on Amendment 3.
For conversation, sure. A second.
All right.
Okay, discussion?
So outside of the one amendment with title to keep the city council assistant ours, I am personally going to be voting against a lot of these amendments just because I think keeping our hands off of the payment classification positions is probably for the best. Agree to disagree, but
So
I'm not going to hold this up on technicalities, so I'll second your motion.
Thank you. So I argue in favor of this for the very reason that we discussed earlier, that a deputy is the alter ego, not just an assistant. And in fact, operationally, the harbor master is already operating with one of the staff being the deputy when the harbor master is not on duty. And so to me, it is a true alter ego operating with equal position. And so I accept the logic of what is a deputy and what is an assistant. And I think in the case of the harbor master, the deputy title is warranted.
I'm sorry.
Alderman?
Yes, my opposition is not to the title. I think the title argument does make a lot of sense. It's the pay grade bump, but, you know.
So
The what?
pay grade. And
Oh.
my argument for the pay grade is, I think these positions have been undergraded for the value of services they provide. They work every day of the week, round the clock, and particularly work heavily during the boating season, which is the warm months. And I will also interject that these are people that are well qualified, numbers of years, one of them 30 years of experience, and I don't think we want to lose them. And I think that the argument to raise this pay level one notch is totally warranted.
It's unfortunate that we don't have a policy about deputies that not only speaks to the title, but speaks to the pay level. I thought we did have one. I thought we put our deputies on 18, but we're not consistent with that.
Nope.
And so I will support this, but I will come back to say that we should increase all of our deputies at least to this level, and one even beyond that. So, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of giving did we have a motion?
I made a motion.
Yes, and it was, yes. All in favor of giving the Savage Amendment Number 3 a favorable recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? One opposition. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one is the Buckley Amendment Number 4.
And I would point out that I'm largely in sympathy with the Buckley Amendment Number 4, but I think it conflicts with one of the two O'Neill amendments. So if we do the Buckley Amendment Number 4, and then we go on, it seems to me the O'Neill Amendment 5.
I'm not clear on the Buckley Amendment.
It contains two items.
The asset manager?
Yeah, was one that simply literally just got forgotten in the midst of creating that giant list. So it adds it back in.
So we have an asset manager currently? So why is it in
That probably
red?
did not get picked up by your,
The asset manager was approved in the budget and studied by the consultants.
and I literally missed it in the course of
Okay,
putting
so
the,
why is
Is
it
it a
in red?
7404?
Because it's not in your current list at all. It simply needs to exist.
It's in the budget, but
it is
it's
in
not
the budget.
officially in the position summary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not in the position summary itself, and it just needs to be there.
So this is in addition to the 7404 assistant plant manager.
Oh, that's just its placement in the lineup. It's just, it's just giving you the idea of where it is placed in the,
Yeah, just
in
where
the
it is.
listing.
So shouldn't it have
wait
a
minute.
number of its own?
Yeah.
So what
go
you'll
to
see
step.
throughout all of that is that some of them have numbers and some of them don't. We're in the process of switching HR IT systems. Every single position will end up with a new number in the new system. So we did not try to guess at or what those yes, all of them will end up with numbers. The numbers you have now are what currently exists within Munis. All of them will end up with new numbers in the new system.
We're going to have to expand our numbering system, and we're going to make the numbering more consistent across the city.
I understand that and I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
But if this was already in our budget, it already has the number.
No, it does not. It has a designation of a title and a TBD probably on it for the grade assignment. It did get studied by the consultants. It does not have a number. That number happens when we assign it one in the Munis system.
Hold the phone, folks. How is this different than the Savage Amendment 1 then?
This position
Because the
was,
Savage Amendment is in the budget.
this was not part of an amendment. The Savage position was added as amendment later in the budget process. This one was introduced with the mayor's budget and therefore got included in the consultant's work.
And having a little bit of problem here with consistent treatment. The Savage did put in the budget as passed the change in his amendment. And now the mayor is putting in this change with no number, and somehow that's okay, but passing the Savage is not?
So I want to make sure that just two things. One, the environmental programs coordinator position is an existing position with a number and a grade and everything else. The Savage 1 amendment, so for two things. One, the same way that the Savage 3 amendment incorporates both a title change and some stuff with grades, some other things as well, the Savage 1 amendment is similar. It incorporates a title change and then some, in that case, building out a career ladder. I think that, I'm going to mostly speak for myself, I suppose. I don't object to the idea of creating a career ladder within that body of work. I wanted to point out what the pattern was that we have, that you see across the rest of the city as part of the context for the decision that you end up making. I don't object to we have an existing position. If you want to follow the same pattern, you can do that. If you don't want to follow the same pattern, you can do that as well. It makes sense to me that we're going to have some other places where we want career ladders. So I don't want you to overread or to think that we're never going to be adding any other career ladders, right? Or that we shouldn't ever add new ones. In this particular case, so the class and comp study did incorporate the existing environmental programs coordinator position, right? That was part of class and comp. This asset manager was also part of the class and comp study. The only thing that the class and comp study didn't look at was the other proposed kind of ladder element of the Savage 1 amendment. The title change is on its own.
I think my confusion is lack of consistency.
I would say,
Asset manager, let's go back to what we do.
I can't even find the asset manager on the staff report. So it's still missing.
Because it was, because
It was left off.
yes, I just left it off. So that's
So
why
it was
it's in the
left off.
amendment.
So
And
in,
it should follow 7404.
Right.
But it shouldn't be in red on our chart, which is what is confusing us, because it's not new. It may have been inadvertently left off, but it's
Correct.
not new. We have that position already,
Yes.
okay? Is the grade changing? No.
It
So
did, I
that's
don't
not
think it
new.
had an assigned grade. I don't have the budget
It's-
document in
It
front of
says
me.
N15.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the reason it's red has more to do with how the color coding within the legislative process works. So
That-
it's-
That goes back to not being consistent, okay? Because right beneath it, the other part of this amendment is Emergency Management Planner 2. New position in the career ladder, did not exist, didn't have a grade, it's in red, that should be. But the asset manager, no. So that's just why we're confused. Because there is no,
The red in this particular case, the only thing red means is it's not in, how do I say this?
red should not be in a specific case. It should be in all the cases.
It is.
You know?
Cynthia, this is a legislative drafting question, actually. So all of the red in the, I don't know,
Are you good with?
I think she's,
it's the when is it red, when is it
Either
blue,
the resolution or the
right?
staff report.
Okay, so
Seven,
black,
oh.
I'm sorry.
Under 7404, is it beneath?
Well, I can't find this in either the resolution or the staff report. And you're
Exactly.
saying that's because it's not in either.
That's because it got inadvertently left out. I
Right.
inadvertently left it out. And so the amendment literally
is
adds
correcting
it,
that.
So is
correcting
this-
that, that
So
oversight.
in the resolution, what page in the resolution would this amendment, this part of this amendment fall?
It's actually on the amendment itself, I think, and unfortunately my laptop
sorry,
died, so I
you're
can't. I can't
Page
pull that up.
15, or no, that's page 7.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's just following the
Or page
bouncing ball.
5, which is Public Works. Isn't it under Public Works?
Yeah, it should be under Public Works.
So it would be on page 5
Yeah,
or page
it's on the
6.
amendment itself. I think it says on page.
It does say, yeah, insert. Page 7,
Yeah.
Page 7.
Or page 7, that's Public Works
between
also.
7404 and 5115.
Okay, so that's where this would go. Right, so
So
that,
where are you putting it?
putting it between 7404 and 5115.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, it's got to go in. It's a existing position. The change, highlighting the N15, we're not changing the grade. It's just, we're inserting it into the resolution. It
Yeah,
is a
and that's
15
all,
now.
Yes.
that's the
Yeah.
only thing that,
Right.
because remember, for the starting point for the resolution itself is the last version of this that the council passed, right?
Right.
So the original reds that are in there are, here's what's different, right? In this case, red is also just here's, now given that resolution, here's what's different, right?
Right.
In this case, I missed it, we need to add it back in.
Asset manager. All right, so
Okay.
that's that part of this. The next part of it, we can vote favorably, but then we either would vote down O'Neill Amendment 5, or we override voting positively here by passing the O'Neill Amendment.
I'm not seeing what's different.
The O'Neill Amendment, I think,
It brings
raises the
the senior
level.
planner
2 grades instead of 1.
to a 15 and still adds the emergency planner 3, making it a 14.
So is there no difference? No, I thought that the O'Neill makes the emergency manager planner 3 a 15 and the senior manager, 14, I mean, and
And the senior manager of 15. But it restores the senior planner, takes the senior planner out of the career ladder because she's a supervisor over those people in the career ladder.
so if we pass the Buckley Amendment 4 and then pass the O'Neill Amendment 5, aren't we overriding what's in the Buckley Amendment 4 on the bottom? The number 3 is an N14 and the senior manager is an N15. In
Well-
Buckley's, the emergency manager 3 is missing and the senior management planner is an N14, not an N15.
You're right.
So I
So-
say we vote for the budget, the Buckley Amendment. I'm in favor of doing that. And
Yeah.
then vote in favor of the O'Neill Amendment, which I'm in favor of, which will override the
Override.
Buckley Amendment
Yes.
4.
Okay. Alderman Schoenemeyer, you following? Okay. So I'll
you still
entertain a
awake?
motion to give a favorable to amendment for the Buckley Amendment.
I second that.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye?
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, going on to Amendment 5, the O'Neill Amendment.
I move favorably the O'Neill Amendment.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so we understand that Amendment 5 will negate at least half of Amendment 4. Okay, and Amendment 6, the O'Neill Amendment.
I move favorably the O'Neill Amendment.
Second? Was there a second?
Oh, second, sorry.
Yes, okay. Which simply increases the grade from 08 to 011. All in favor, or, I'm sorry, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think that's it for the amendments, but I think I am going to propose another amendment that speaks to the deputy emergency management, the deputy emergency manager. If you recall last year when we worked to get that pay up to 18, which was where our deputies are, and we got it to 17. And so I would like for us to take that final step and take that to 18.
So I've got to find, where is that in this plethora of things? Go over to staff report, OEM.
Well, it's,
Yeah, it's at the end of the OEM.
what was the page for OEM, page 9?
Yep.
Yeah, page
OEM,
9.
well, yeah, page 7 on the staff report.
Oh, okay.
And on the
page 9 on the legislation.
Yeah, so where are we on the staff report? This is impossible.
Deputy Director, Emergency Management, 7 and 17.
Where is it on the actual ordinance? Emergency Management Grant Coordinator.
It's on
Emergency-
page 9 and the one in the,
Okay. And Deputy Director, so it's the 4,200.
yes,
And your proposal is to change that to an N18.
correct.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye?
Aye.
So is that termed Rules Committee Amendment 1?
Yes,
All right.
Rules Committee Amendment 1.
And what are we going to do about Amendment 1 from Alderman Savage?
Well, if we want to hold this up, we can postpone action on the entire resolution. Or we can approve the resolution with the amendments that we have
So,
voted on
Madam Chair?
and taking no action on the First Amendment.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of holding things up forever. On the other hand, I thought we had so many questions in the body of the resolution, irrespective of all the amendments, about the, how we're handling, I had a list here somewhere, but I can't find anything anymore. How we're handling the deputies, how we're handling the different number of grade levels, career ladder levels across departments. I did hear an answer from the administration, both Vicki and Tricia, that the number of steps really is predicated on the number of positions that were existing, and in some cases, employees who were actually being paid at a higher level than the career ladder, so that it was addressing, the number of career ladder steps was addressing existing conditions. Is that a correct way to place it?
For the most part, and we refer to them as grades, grade levels. And just to reiterate, we generally tend in the city to have your full performance level and your senior level in our positions. And so what we tried to do is create structure around that. So we would have an opportunity to bring somebody in entry level, grow them to that intermediate performance level, have them season even more, and that the senior level tends to be those positions that have been more of a very high functioning, more of a team leader, in some cases a supervisory level in the city. And those positions are in senior accountant, senior budget analyst, senior planner. The exception you see that you now have in OEM is that's really being held apart and remaining at a senior title in order to have that person functioning as the intermediate supervisor of the planners.
So within HR, or should it be in this resolution? Probably not. I think it's separate. Within HR, are there rules for how people move from one level to the next?
There will be. As we described before, we're looking at the whole job factor system that the consultants put in the report. I have actually hired some help for me to help with working with the departments directly and building out our criteria. That's going to be the framework for them to then add their subject matter expertise for what they're looking for individuals to perform, say, in the engineering series versus the planning series versus the budget series and so on. And that criteria will be used to determine when people are ready to move, and also the process by which that will happen.
So could you back up, because my phone was bothering me, but you're saying in the class and comp study, there's something that talks about
So if you look in Appendix B,
Appendix B. Oh, yeah,
Appendix
okay,
B.
so I love Appendix B, because that has experience and scope and
It has,
KSAs.
yes, it has latitude, which is the supervisory level needed for the position. It talks about level of responsibility, organizational impact, level of knowledge, interactions.
Yeah, no, it's
So
great
these are
stuff.
all very, I'm sure you've seen it in your work life too,
Yeah.
that very standard factor systems for
So,
evaluating jobs.
Are we adopting Appendix B as a part of this?
We will rely on that to help build out those career ladders.
I would like to adopt it, but it doesn't have to be here, but I would argue either rules and procedures that are promulgated within HR or
We
an
are doing
ordinance.
exactly that. We are.
Yeah.
We are.
I would strongly, because that's what the world I lived in.
That's exactly what we're working on.
Okay, so HR will.
I'm just trying to get a few things over the finish line, sir.
We are close, aren't we? So HR will adopt Appendix B as either internal rules and regs?
We are using it in our framework for consideration of the career ladder development. I mean, you can see there are different, in Appendix B, there are different levels in here. Some of those speak to where positions are organizationally, so we will have to extract only those things that are relevant for the series that we're working with.
So you are aware in Title II, I think it's subsection 16, that when departments adopt or promulgate a rule, that it needs to come to the Rules Committee for review, 30-day review period. And so I would like to see whatever you're adopting come before us. We don't have the authority under the current code to amend or reject. We just review it. Our only authority is if we think there's something policy-wise, we can write code and an ordinance that would change it. But basically, none of the departments are going through. This is coming up in a couple of different venues right now. They're not actually promulgating their rules and regulations. When we pass that, all of their existing rules and regulations were supposed to be posted on the city's website. And whenever they do something new, they're supposed to come to this committee and then it gets posted on the website. But that's a secondary issue to.
Yeah, I don't really have control over that, but I hear what
but
you're saying.
I'm glad to see that you're already using and certainly thinking about adopting officially Appendix B, because I think that leads to good management.
Well, as I said, I'm utilizing professional assistance in this regard so that I can get this moving very quickly. And my goal is to use the best practices to do so.
So that leaves us with, what do we do now that we have postponed the Savage Amendment?
Well, before we get to that, I have a question about the chief of current planning. And the proposal is to downgrade that from a 18 to a 17.
That's very close work that the department head did with the consultants. That's not an arbitrary decision. That's collective work with the department on the organizational impact.
Wow, that is a position that handles things that appear in the Capitol. There's long-term planning, which is Eric Lashinsky, and I don't know who's in chief of current planning now.
Yeah,
It's not.
it's vacant.
Yeah, it's vacant.
And so this was part of the work that Chris Jakubiak did with the consultants. So this is a reflection of what Chris had asked for to help bring alignment with the other chief of comprehensive planning, right? Those other positions, chief of code enforcement. So this is a reflection of a request by the department.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but we are the policymakers, and I would like to see how that compares, like with the chief of code enforcement, but also the long-term planner and all of the other things, but that's a.
Yeah, the rest of those are at that same level.
Yeah.
I think I would like to
Hear from the Kubiak.
have the directors, because there's another traffic engineer, I think,
Oh, yeah.
or traffic technician
Yeah,
is
no.
changed also. So I would like to know why the downgrades of some of these positions. And I think we should hear from the director to get concurrence that he's good with this. He's reorganizing, but I just think we need to understand the whys of this.
I'm sorry, which one were you saying was downgraded?
Traffic engineer.
So there are
engineer.
no positions at the traffic technician 1 level or the 3 level. There are only traffic technician 2s. There are no individuals that are being affected by that. That's an attempt to bring in a proper alignment for the career ladder for successive grades. So that's an A7, A8, and A9. Again, we only have a traffic technician 2 filled in the city. That's the level that we filled. These are empty positions, unallocated positions on either side of that. And therefore allowed us to put that in a proper
And the
framework as every other career ladder that was created.
And the traffic engineer, DPW has asked that and the civil engineers.
And the stormwater.
And stormwater management engineers, that those get combined into a generic engineer series. So that actually, those were, that actually does allow for some growth actually in those positions, and they were all at an N15, so no particular reason to keep them separate. So he has asked that those be combined into a generic engineer series.
And so what we're able to do now that we don't go through the Civil Service Board is that when we advertise, we can use working titles and be specific about what specialty we're after, and then include the job responsibilities that go with that specialty.
Yeah.
And so we achieve the same goals, absolutely the same goals. We just give ourselves the opportunity not to have so many different job descriptions to create and revise and be on top of all the time, and it gives us a chance to identify, keep the engineers
I'm sorry.
involved.
The big complaint from my constituents is we no longer have a traffic engineer, and that is a high-level code, and we want a traffic engineer.
And we
somebody
will have a
who's-
traffic engineer.
Pardon?
Yeah.
We will have a traffic engineer.
Well-
What the distinction is that the official title does not need to reflect that. When we can have working titles, and will have working titles when we advertise it, and when we fill it, and when we assign work, it will all be in the specialty known as traffic engineering. It's
Yeah,
just,
you
we
still
are,
have a traffic engineer.
yeah.
Pardon?
What that, you would still have a traffic engineer, but that position, the classification would be within the engineer career ladder.
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking on the staff report. Where does the traffic engineer show up?
It's
the
on
staff
page
in-
5. It's
Page
in the
5.
DPW section.
Right? Yeah, I see traffic engineer crossed out.
Correct, because that.
I'm
as
sorry,
a-
I might be the only vote. That's unacceptable. And the reason it's unacceptable is we kept getting pushed off, even when Lisa Greco was here. I'm too busy doing other things, and I cannot get involved in your traffic and parking and speeding issues. And that is the number one complaint that I get in my ward, and I think it's pretty much across all the other wards. So eliminating that position and not having somebody, and not having someone responsible,
Oh, no, this doesn't eliminate that position.
It
It
strikes
doesn't
it out.
eliminate that, no.
No.
It does not eliminate positions, it doesn't eliminate the work, it doesn't change how, it doesn't change.
The assignment.
The assignment.
Yeah.
So where is it? Where's the
Yeah,
title of
it's
it?
stormwater
gets
management
rolled.
engineer and traffic engineer are
Right, it
struck.
gets.
They will continue their function, they will have a generic title and a working title of stormwater engineer and a working title of traffic engineer.
So when we go out to, so whenever that position turns over, when we go to advertise it, it'll still get advertised as a traffic.
It has turned
Engineer.
over. Lisa Greco's gone, and it's been vacant forever. And it doesn't seem to be a priority by the Director of Public Works to fill it.
I thought they had.
Lisa
Yeah, I
Greco
thought they-
retired at least a year ago, if not longer.
No, I
I
think
think
they.
they renamed our traffic engineer to sustainable or to mobility.
Yeah, it's been advertised, and I believe they've recently filled that position. We also, see, the other advantage is when there are concerns about the kinds of, the focus of the position, we have the ability to make those adjustments when we recruit for it as well. We're trying to get to a place where we can have greater responsiveness, greater business reaction, and advertisement and recruitment and job description, assignment of work that's more in the sleeve of what you're after without the complication of not having, part of our challenge is we have to say in the future you decide you want to have an engineer that does something else. If we come back to you, we have to go through this whole legislative process to get a specialty title on a position. What we're trying to do is be more business reactive, have more generic titles, concentrate more in the description, advertise only for what we're after in the specialty area, give it a working title, give that person the assignment, and get on with it, because we already have a title, we don't have to go through a legislative process for
We
it.
don't have to wait.
So we're trying to put both of those things together, both for the department's ability to be responsive, but also to not bog you down with all of the work that it takes to get that through. You can go back to the department and say, I really need you to have somebody that concentrates on X. You need 2 traffic engineers, hypothetical. I'm not trying to set something up here. So maybe you come back, you say, I need 2 traffic engineers. Well, you don't have 2 traffic engineers. You happen to have an engineer, civil engineer over here. You don't have a traffic engineer. Why go through all of that when you can adjust with changing the description, recruiting appropriately, using a working title, make the assignment, get the hire done? And so
So-
that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
From a user's perspective, we have been shunned, and when we ask for traffic studies and analysis from a traffic engineer, actually, lately, Burr's the one who comes out, not an engineer, but we've been told we can't do that work because the position is
No,
vacant.
They actually, they have hired it. He actually, I hang on.
I just
I've
wish I
actually-
could tell you who that was.
Yeah, no, hang on. Let me get the name.
But I see traffic engineer and stormwater management being struck, but I don't see where they get replaced. It's a generic, are we adding, where does that replacement go in these, class codes?
Traffic engineer Jeff Wentz started on the 2nd of January.
So is it still a position?
Yeah,
So is it still a 5113?
It would not be 5113. It would instead be 5110.
Or whatever the new numbering is in the new system.
Yeah, or the new numbering in the system, but that,
So, and the stormwater engineer would also be a 5110?
yeah, but it would also be part of which would then be part of the general series.
The career ladder.
The career ladder.
Yeah.
But
gives-
yeah, the default right now would be they would move to that 5110.
So all of these positions that are getting struck are going to fall into the
Correct.
engineer career ladder, and the engineer 3 doesn't have a new number yet, class number?
Correct.
All right, well, I'm concerned because that vacancy keeps getting things pushed off. And by the way,
that is
I have
higher.
to say that Director Vogel has been very responsive. He does come out himself, and he looks at the situation. So it's not a complaint about him, but the complaint has been that we don't have a traffic engineer, so we can't get to that right now.
Yeah, no, the traffic engineer, Jeff Wentz,
Okay.
started January 2nd. So that
then-
has been hired. He is on the
What was the
job
other position you
and
were
I know
talking about?
has already been attending some community meetings and,
Oh, yeah, planning, yeah.
yeah.
I definitely would like to have I mean, I understand really with current planning, that had to do with people that have been there a long time and so forth. But I am uncomfortable with that because it is a high volume, very critical job with a lot of reports underneath. Other than, and we can talk about if we're bringing things down to the permits and planning level, maybe we ought to be thinking about raising that up, because both of those, permits and inspections and current planning, are definitely things that hit all of the wards and are going to be hitting even more when we get into activating the class and comp study. So I can't imagine that Director Jakubiec would be unhappy with a council member saying, gee, maybe we ought to pay these guys at the old level, all of them, rather than bringing it down. And maybe that's not a comment for public consumption, but I am very concerned about that. That is where the rubber meets the road, at least in Ward 8. And I really do think it's all the wards, and the expectation is, if we're going to adhere to the class and comp study, there's going to be more work there, not less. So it may warrant a higher pay level. So
Well,
what-
I have one comment to make about the engineer, lumping them all under general engineer. And we have 1, 2, and the new engineer 3. How does it move, how does one move between those categories if one person is a civil engineer, another one is a traffic engineer, another one is whatever another
Electrical
engineer
engineer.
might be, electrical engineer?
Very
You know, that
similar
just
way.
seems like it's setting up a process for us to not give people their fair shot at moving to the next level. You know, if we're separating them or lumping all the engineers together, and they do have, I know enough about it to know they have different specialties. So how does that make it easier? Makes it easier for our management, you know, because they're all engineers. But if you're talking about giving them the option to move through this career ladder, okay, so he's sending us a message.
Your mic.
Turn my mic on. Oh, okay.
Oh, say it all over, because this hasn't been a long meeting.
So
In a
I'm just
similar manner.
concerned how that works.
In all due
Because it
respect,
just-
in a similar manner, what you would do is you would have this very similar criteria in that you're looking for competency in the specialty, and you would describe that for each one. You're looking at a level of independence, you're looking at complexity of work, you're looking at effective actions, you're looking at the way that individual is able to operate with great independence and how much responsibility that they have. So very, very similar. It would not be difficult at all.
You're missing my point.
I'm sorry.
I understand them being able to move with their improvement of knowledge. But my question is, if one is a civil engineer, and one is a traffic engineer, and one is an electric engineer, how do they compete to move up? How does a traffic engineer move to engineer 2? How does a civil engineer move to 2? Is there a separate career ladder for civil engineers, or you're just lumping them all together, and regardless of their skill set, it just looks like it's opening a door for some sort of oversight or overlooking people's ability to move up. Is the civil engineer going to get to move ahead of the traffic engineer? How
Some of
does
it's
that-
going to depend on the work and the work need. So, sometimes it's what's the level of responsibility, the complexity of the work that's coming the city's way. That would be a part of it. That has to be a consideration. Not everybody moves up just because they've been here on a seniority basis. It's has to be demonstrated skill, knowledge, and need for doing so. And that would be what they need to build into that career ladder.
But you're building a system where they're competing with one another.
No, you don't compete
No.
to move up. You're competing against yourself, I guess.
Okay, all right.
It's not like you only get so many of each level.
Well, depends on the pay, the budget, yeah, you do. So that's a whole nother, but, okay. Alderman, your question was, what are we going to do with this?
Right, I think,
Alderman, sorry, both of you.
well, let Alderman Chandamar go first.
Alderman Shanamar, what do you think? We still did not, we acted on all of the amendments except for the first one.
I'm good passing it. Or voting
You
it
what?
out of committee.
You're good with passing it out of committee with the amendments that we approved?
Yeah, just take no action on Amendment 1 and pass it out of committee.
Okay, Alderman Arnett?
I know from many sessions with Alderman Savage that he is quite frustrated. He is correct, this was put in the budget, his amendment, and nothing has happened. And I'm loath to not put pressure on something happening. It sounds like what needs to be done is a position description written for the change in the amendment. We're being told we're not going to do that, but we already did budget it. So what does the administration say? Will we look at addressing this issue from Alderman Savage? It's
We have
longstanding.
received a position description from the deputy city manager for resilience and sustainability. I mean, at this point, there's the question of building out the career ladder is, there's the same way that this staff or this how do I describe Steve? Person who's working with HR who will be helping everyone make sure that those career ladders are built out in accordance with that appendix, kind of keeping those lenses in mind. The same would be true of this kind of career ladder. The question ends up being then the grades, are we taking the existing position and matching that with the 2 level? Or are we taking the existing one and matching that with a 1 level? Right? That's work that then HR would have to do to make sure but that in many ways is similar to work that he would have to do with anyone else. Tricia, is that fair?
But is it correct that this has been going on for 8 months?
Well, in the absence of, at this point, there's not a class to assign to that position. It can't be hired right now because there's not a class to pair it with, right? That's part of.
It sounds a lot like a no to me. And what is hard about creating a class?
No. Within the position classification summary, right? This is the list that you can choose from when you're creating a position, like technically creating a position within the system, right? Here's your drop-down list to choose from, right? Right now, in that drop-down list, there's not something that you can choose that's appropriate for the vision for that new position, right? That's part of trying to make sure we come to closure, we can actually move on those positions because there's something to choose from that drop-down list.
So the deputy city manager submitted a position description, and you're saying that's not acceptable?
Is that the process?
I'll say two things. One of the things that is simply true, that's unfortunate but true, is that this whole process has taken much longer than we had hoped. Remember, the consultants started 18 months ago, more than 18 months ago.
Longer than that.
And so the original list that they started from, this particular vision for this new position didn't exist at that time. That's why it wasn't in the original class and comp study, because we're now more than 18 months later, right? So there is, and the longer that we go along, the more of those we'll come into contact with. At some point, we are just going to have to say, here's the vision of where we want to go. HR, help us put these things together, and we have to move.
I have to say this is sounding like no. And if it's no, I'm not going to vote favorably for this today. I would vote to postpone until we find out the disposition of what we're going to do with Alderman Savage's request. But environment is important to the city, and this is staff, and I cannot believe that we don't have a legitimate position description for that position and a pay level.
We have one. That position, the position descriptions for those other levels were not included in the original class and comp study.
But
they didn't exist.
We've done position descriptions for decades, and we didn't have a class and comp people. Are you saying we cannot write a position description for what he's asking with a career ladder?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I think that if the council sees the, how do I say this? Sees the value of having a career ladder within that area, that we have the materials that can help finish building that out. I don't think that there's anything else to wait on at this point. The thing that in some sense is the last piece is, what are we matching it to? Are we matching it to 11, 12, 13 and making sure there's consistency in those knowledge, skills, abilities across those kinds of areas? Are we matching that to 12, 13, 14? Are we not doing a career ladder? That has more to do, I think, with your vision for that body of work than it does the technical aspects of writing those individual pieces. We have the basics of those pieces.
That has been answered. We budgeted a budget amount for this position. That matches up with an end scale. And then, I keep feeling the answer is no, we're not going to move forward. And I don't hear anything that makes me feel yes.
So,
Excuse me. we heard from the HR director at least a meeting ago, if not two, that this position was not in the, it may have been budgeted, but it was not in the,
Study.
what's the terminology?
Included in the study?
It wasn't included in the study. It wasn't part of our overall program for the city.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I don't get the terminology right, but it wasn't a position in the city. And the alderman knew this. He knew this. So we've been trying to fit it into existing program. And we're having trouble doing that because it's not following the normal process. You know, the Civil Service Board defines our positions for us.
Now they're out of it.
No, they approved job descriptions.
Well, but
They
don't do that
did. They no
anymore.
longer do.
They no longer, but
Yeah.
that was the process we were counting on. So now who does that piece of it?
So it's always been the responsibility, if you look at the duties and responsibilities of the Human Resources Manager, the Civil Service Board was just approving the work, the body of work. The body of work was done by Human Resources, or obtained and handled by Human Resources. That's always been assigned, both the pay plan and the classification system.
If I take what's being said at face value, that means because it wasn't in the class and comp study, we could never create a new
No,
position.
not at
No,
all.
not at all.
Not
That's
at all.
what I'm
No,
hearing,
just
though.
No,
only
not at all.
trying to provide
Exactly the opposite.
explanation as to where it didn't land. It didn't land within the body of work that the class and comp professionals did. Therefore, it's now in my lab.
And why it wasn't in the original legislation,
Yeah.
right? That's why it's not in the original legislation. That doesn't mean you can't change it, doesn't mean we can't create it, we can do all of those things.
So HR has to come back to us with a
Recommendation.
recommendation that would include the description of the work. Am I off base? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, you don't need the description of work in order to approve the position summary, including the title and the grade. But if you want the description written, yes, that would be possible as well.
Well, don't we have descriptions of all these other
But
hundreds of
you're not going
positions
through a
in there?
review of all those descriptions
why
in order to
wouldn't
make
we-
your decision. Your decision and your responsibility for decisions is the titles and the grades through a resolution before the council.
And that's what this amendment
Right.
is proposing.
Yeah, under the code, the
And-
description review is limited to the department heads. We don't bring our descriptions before you for approval by the council. We bring the titles and the grades of the positions
But that's
before you
been
for
rendered
approval.
by the
So
deputy
where's the
assistant.
department head? Who's
Yeah.
the department head?
The deputy city
And where's she
manager.
here for, to make the argument for this position?
She submitted.
Has.
Okay, we just said a half hour ago now that we wanted Director Kubiak here and Director Vogel here. I contend we need,
I agree with you entirely.
So I'll take it there's no support, though, for passing this out, and we should delay or postpone action
Second,
on legislation.
second,
if that's a motion and it's been seconded,
yes.
Okay.
We are close, but I
Yes.
think we still have questions.
So we want to ask at the next meeting to make sure that all three of those directors are here, because there are other questions. And if there are questions about other positions and movement in this legislation, that we let them know so those directors can be here. So hopefully we can get all the and if you have questions in advance that we can send to them, like, you know, why did this change or whatever, we can get those things answered.
Right.
So, is that
And
amenable?
I would submit, because I was worried about the timeliness, that still would give this the opportunity to be cleared, voted on before the mayor has to submit his final budget the second Monday of April. So we're not impeding the budget process. But I do think these are legitimate questions that, as policymakers, we have a right to ask the departments about.
Absolutely, and we will have an opportunity. So the motion is to postpone until the next meeting. R5424, as we've amended already. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. One other thing for the good of the order.
We're not done.
Oh, my goodness, Thompson Street Park. I'm sorry, Alderman Chennemeyer. I know you're on a tight timeline. This is Alderman Huntley's legislation. Purpose of legislation is to designate specific city-owned property as a street and park. We're talking Thompson Street Park at the end of Thompson Street. This is sponsored by the Alderman for Ward 1.
Where? Thompson Street in Annapolis. Where is Thompson Street?
Who has? Alderman Chennemeyer?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The only question I have is, even though this has no impact on staffing, we're expecting a cost of $1,000. I'm just curious where that's coming from.
That comes from the budget manager. It appears that we've taken donations in the past, but there wasn't sufficient time to solicit donations this time. That may be part of the process once we agree to name the street end. But I don't know the answer to your question, other than what's in the staff report,
Ms. Buckland, do you
fiscal
know?
impact note.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was looking that up. I don't.
Looks like there's going to be additional funding needed because he's making a request, not a request, but a fact that there may be a supplemental appropriation request.
Yeah, it says park amenities as approved by council are to be installed at the park. Hold on.
A floating dock, ADA accessibility.
Oh, my God, we're talking about $100,000. So I
Yeah,
think Brooks, Alderman Schonnemeyer's question is legitimate. Where did $1,000?
Yeah, I'll have to find out the
The floating dock and all that, that's already in the Public Works
yeah.
pipeline.
Yeah.
It's in the CIP?
Yeah, there's already
Yes.
a bunch of work, more than $1,000.
Right, that
That's already in the
$1,000
pipeline.
For this one project?
Yeah.
Right, that is totally separate. That started before the idea that this become officially Thompson Street Park.
Yeah.
So all this resolution is doing.
It's naming the park, and
It's
then
naming a park.
and the $1,000 covers the cost of whatever the Parks Department decides to put there, a sign, a
Yeah.
bench,
All right.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not the general build out. I think it's just the additional things that you would put with an official park, sign, bench, like some of
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
Says
'cause-
park amenities.
Which is why that's a fairly low dollar value, but there's a bunch of installing a floating dock, some other stuff that they are talking about there.
Yeah, as soon as I heard
That's
88
already in the pipeline.
The street in park at 6th Street on Back Creek is now approaching $200,000. The engineering study alone was $60,000. So I think Alderman Chandlemeyer raised a good question, but if it's just to put the name or park bench, I'm a big fan of street in parks and improving the amenities.
Since you have most of them.
I do. So this sounds like it's a resolution to name designated officially as a street and park, and Sign me up.
I want to be clear, though, it is in the CIP, and the funding in the CIP is already allocated? Okay, and what is the total that's? I'm sorry, I thought you had it up.
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
But there's, my understanding from conversations with DPW is that that's already on its way, that in some sense, this particular resolution to, in some sense, recognize we've made an investment here, we want to have it be an official park, is sort of in line with the work that's being done there.
Okay.
And there are a few other sort of small things that would go along with it being an official named park.
So I move we recommend approval.
Second.
I'd like to be
Okay.
added as a sponsor.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I would like to be added as a sponsor. Can you tell me why we don't have a staffing impact statement?
So all of the new ones, they have been separated.
Ms. Buckland, your mic's not on.
Sorry, thank you. In the recent legislation, I have gone ahead and separated the two pieces. I had been having them together, but so from here on, the new ones, you'll see, instead of them being combined into a single report, they are separated. This obviously was submitted earlier, and so still followed my earlier model of having them together.
I will say this again.
Yeah, no, the current ones are separated. The new
Okay,
ones are separated.
But I keep saying it, and I keep hearing that we'll start doing it, and.
No. The new ones, like if you look at the first readers for this next Monday, they all are separate.
Okay, well, I don't think it's too much to ask to go, any legislation that comes before us should have everything attached to it, so. Questions? All right.
We voted, all right?
We did vote on it, yes, and I was added as a sponsor. Anything else for the good of the order?
Yes, I'd like to know about this testing meeting. It's 7 o'clock this evening.
No.
That's what it says right here.
That's for us to test our system because Grandkids is not.
Brooks, you going to be here for the 7 o'clock meeting?
Well, I would like to add something. At our next meeting, I have asked that the Adopt a Community grant recipients be invited to our meeting. So at the end of the meeting, and I hope you gentlemen are able to stay to hear from the 10 organizations, they'll have about 10 minutes each to share with us their program thus far this year.
Depends upon whether the library will stay open or not.
Well, we can arrange it, and hopefully the agenda won't be too heavy so that it'll be that late in the evening. So, are there any objections? I guess
have heard it
Alderman
before,
Chennemeyer is gone.
And it does run long.
I'm sorry?
I've heard it before, and it does run long. But it is worth hearing, I agree.
I think so, too. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. He seems to have left us. Or are we off?
No.
Oh, okay, because at one time we saw ourselves, and now we...
Yeah, he left.
Okay, but we were on the screen. I don't understand how that happened.
Because he hung up, so he was broadcasting over there.
Oh, okay. All right, motion to adjourn?
I'm having too much
Julie
fun.
said it's 'cause they work magic over there.
Well, the magic should be in here.
She said the magic.
Thank you, Julian.
I move we adjourn.
I'll second that. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much, everybody. I know it was a long meeting, but a very productive one.